happening again.
Hey, Dan, can you hear me?
Yep, you sound good. The video problem is happening again.
All right. All right, hang on for 1 second. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right, you can hear me,
Yep.
right?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
I'm not muted.
Almost
You should
didn't
hear
do a
me.
show today. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, let me fix this. All right, what's going on? Dan,
Yes, sir.
can you talk?
I am talking. I am talking. The chat
You
hears
hear me? Dan, can you speak?
Yes, I am speaking. Everyone can hear me but you.
Andy, can you speak?
Yes.
Why can't I hear? Yeah,
I can
can you
hear
speak?
everyone.
Yes, I am speaking.
Okay.
Everyone can hear me but you.
Yes, sorry, I'm a little frazzled today. Okay, Andy, can you speak? All right.
Yes. Hello. Test.
Sorry. All right, you're muted. All right, and Dan, if you could mute yourself, please.
Yep. Do you want to make me host real quick so I can?
No, that's
fix
okay. I'm just going to plow through some stuff, and I didn't get the one sheet. If you could resend to me the one sheet.
Got it.
And this may take a little longer than usual. You can hear this, right?
Yes.
All right. Show hasn't started yet. If you can mute yourself, that would be great. We're starting 5 minutes late. Well, we almost didn't do a show today. So, all right. Let me just kill something here. Hang on. All right. Show hasn't started yet. Okay. Show hasn't started yet.
Did you press the record button?
No, I didn't. Now I did. Okay, thank you. Show hasn't started yet. Okay. Hi. Show's about to start. And if you could tell everybody we're running a little late. All right, the show's starting. Many of my listeners reached out over the weekend to make sure I was okay. Thank you. This is a tiny podcast hosted by someone even tinier. I am not famous. I never make the news, and I still haven't made the news. I was, however, arrested, as some of you know, in Washington, D.C. last Thursday. I'm going ahead with today's show. Now, I try not to hold anything back, but on this specific incident, I cannot comment on an ongoing criminal matter. And that is all I'll be saying about this, unfortunately. Thank you to everyone who contacted me. I will have plenty to say when this matter is settled. All I can tell you is this. If you're an American citizen or if you're thinking of visiting America, do not get arrested. This is coming from a middle-aged white man who has 0 outstanding bench warrants, no priors. I'm a middle-aged white man who, because of the way I look and sound, could be mistaken for an upstanding member of society. If this is what I went through, all I can say on the matter is do not get arrested. Welcome to the mop-up for Juneteenth, 2022. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 70 degrees and sunny. I have never been more grateful to be back in New York City, this malignant cesspool of rotting narcissists. The noise, the stench, the emotional and physical impositions. I'll take all of it over what passes for civility in Washington, D.C. Today is Juneteenth, a national holiday celebrating the end of slavery in the United States. And by slavery, I mean dark-skinned Africans held against their will by private landowners to work on their plantations. Dark-skinned Africans were treated no differently than physical, lifeless property, traded and sold and separated from mothers and children like animals. Free labor. Slavery was about free labor. cotton, sugarcane, and tobacco had to be picked. The most efficient way to keep labor costs down was not to pay for labor. It was to round up Africans, bring them to America, and pay them nothing other than food, water, clothing, and a roof over their heads. They were stacked onto ships like pieces of plywood, brought to this country in shackles and airless, windowless coffins, and the ones unlucky enough to survive were sold to the highest bidder. We're talking about not just men, but women and children as well. As Professor Adnan Hussein and Professor Gerald Horne taught us on this show last year, the idea of race was invented here in North America to justify slavery. Academics, theologians working for the slave traders at the time couldn't complete this total and all-encompassing dehumanization of Africans until they invented a justification, and that justification is the concept of race. Race was invented here in America. Isn't it interesting that America invented jazz, baseball, stand-up comedy, and race? And what do they all have in common? All four never would have been worth talking about without Africans. When you see someone as white or brown or yellow, that is not saying somebody's race. That is an act of dehumanization that Americans were trained to perform to justify subjugating people of color. There is no such thing as race. Let me repeat, this is something Professor Adnan Hussein first taught me. Race did not exist until those who profited off the slave trade needed to justify the brutal treatment of Africans and, of course, Native Americans. The white men who wrote our founding documents were not just racists, they invented racism. Without Thomas Jefferson, there is no eugenics program that begins in the early 20th century right here in the United States. Without our eugenics program that began right here in America, there is no science to bolster Hitler's theory of a master race. Without our founding fathers essentially coining the term master race, there is no Jim Crow South after the Civil War. And without our Jim Crow South, there is nothing for white South Africa to study in 1948 when they first implement apartheid. We didn't invent slavery here in America. We invented the justification for it, race. We didn't invent slavery, but we invented apartheid. Now, understand, Hitler's genocide, South Africa's apartheid, would have happened with or without our founding fathers. But our founding fathers provided the intellectual heft to justify these crimes against humanity. More importantly, our founding fathers and America proved to Hitler and South Africa that you can do all these things and get away with it. What's especially galling is our founding fathers baked all this into our nation's character, even though they knew it was wrong. Our founding fathers believed one thing and did the other for their own economic and political expediency. Racism is baked into our nation's soul, and so is the belief that it's okay to believe one thing and do the opposite if it furthers your political or economic interests. Thomas Jefferson, who said all men are created equal in his Declaration of Independence, wrote 9 years later in Notes on the State of Virginia, quote, that Africans were children who could not be taught. He wrote that, he said that, but he did not believe that. How could he believe that when he had already taught his slave Sally Hemings to speak French and fathered several children with her? Thomas Jefferson told Americans that blacks weren't bright enough to learn. That's what he said. He did not believe that. He only wanted others to believe that because he could not part financially with his slaves, because the men who voted for Thomas Jefferson needed their slaves. Monticello, Jefferson's mountaintop home, served as a tiny manufacturing town where his infamous Mulberry Row, showcased all the goods and services produced and designed by his unteachable, childlike slaves, who were accomplished carpenters, builders, blacksmiths, nail makers, and vintners. Thomas Jefferson, who said all Americans were entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, owned 600 slaves, many of whom were his own children. He never once openly denounced slavery. He kept slaves, and he also kept what he really believed about slavery to himself. The same way Republicans today denounce abortion while keeping to themselves what they really believe, not just about abortion, but what they believe about the people who are so intent on outlawing it. Trump, both Bushes, Ronald Reagan, they support a woman's right to choose, but they keep that to themselves. And so baked into America's founding is the big lie, the willingness, if not the necessity, to say anything if it means not paying for labor or furthering your political agenda. Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations in 1776, the same year Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence. Capitalism in America were both set into stone in 1776. America arose not from the age of enlightenment, it arose from the age of capitalism. The Enlightenment, Rousseau and Locke, were merely fig leaves to disguise the stark, naked greed that animated our nation's founding. We fought the British so we could sell tea that came from Holland. This was a war to free up the marketplace. It was wrapped in freedom, but freedom for white men to make money. Hyman Roth in Godfather 2 could have been describing colonial America when he said of Cuba, quote, "Here we are, protected, free to make our profits without Kefauver, the goddamn Justice Department, and the FBI 90 miles away in partnership with a friendly government." That's how America was founded, by white gangsters. It's no coincidence that going into 1776, the man leading our army, George Washington, was the wealthiest man in America. George Washington was, as Smedley Butler eventually described himself, a gangster for capitalism. That's who our founding fathers were. They believed only in freedom for themselves and only for those who looked and talked like them. 25, nearly half of the white men who signed the Constitution owned a total of 1,400 African slaves. Of the first 12 presidents, 8 owned slaves. You cannot separate the founding of America from capitalism. America and capitalism were defined the very same year, 1776. You cannot separate capitalism from slavery. The great wealth Adam Smith describes was built on the scarred backs of slaves. You cannot separate America from slavery. White men were born with the inalienable right to free labor. That is the message of our Constitution, that white men were born with the inalienable right to free labor. And it's not just free labor. Our founding fathers saw these Black human beings in and of themselves as an investment. From the time of its founding, America commodified human beings. Like the Nazis, Thomas Jefferson was a prodigious bookkeeper and wrote to George Washington, who also owned slaves. Jefferson told Washington that because his own slaves were reproducing at such a healthy clip, he was earning a 4% dividend each year off their offspring, who he could then sell. Jefferson marveled at his 4% profit off the slaves' yield. Not their agricultural yield, the children they yield. While Thomas Jefferson was making babies with his slave, Sally Hemings, he was breeding identical slaves so he could then sell them. Jefferson and Washington delighted in the commodification of human beings, and that delight continues to this day, all the way up to Facebook and Google, who mine our very existence so they can sell that information to the highest bidder. It's not just our labor that has been commodified, it's our entire existence. In a much gentler iteration of slavery, our lives today are now commodities. Jefferson didn't write our Constitution. At the time of the Constitutional Convention, he was off in Paris with his slave, Sally Hemings. Our Constitution was written essentially by the equally degenerate slaveholder and fellow Virginian James Madison. Our two founding documents, the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution, were written by two Southern slave owners, both of whom knew intellectually and morally that slavery was evil, but not pernicious enough to end it. How many wars, how many industries since have we as Americans known full well were murderously evil, but not murderously evil enough to put an end to them? How many of us bear witness to human carnage but say nothing for fear it will be economically or politically disadvantageous? Jefferson and Madison knew slavery was wrong, but they protected it, they fought for it, created talking points used to this day like states' rights to defend it. Because in America, just because something is wrong, it doesn't mean we have to put an end to it, so long as the right people can get rich off it. The Electoral College and the Senate were created to protect slavery, the same way the Senate filibuster was invented in the 20th century to protect the Jim Crow South. And all three are still being used today to keep the ancestors of our slaves in a diminished state economically and politically. James Madison owned a tobacco plantation. He drafted the Constitution as well as our Bill of Rights. He is one of three founding fathers to pen the Federalist Papers. If you're what they call a strict textualist sitting on the Supreme Court, one who interprets the Constitution by reading the original intent of our founding fathers, you study James Madison, who wrote it all. The Federalist Society gave us Judge Amy Coney Barrett, Neil Gorsuch, and the rapist, Brett Kavanaugh, because like Antonin Scalia, they all promised to read the Constitution through the prism of what James Madison meant when he drafted it. In other words, when they decide on, say, protecting voting rights for African Americans, the very first question they ask is, what would James Madison say? What would James Madison say? James Madison, who said Africans were not human, but rather property. And he died having never freed his slaves. James Madison, who came up with the idea to write into the Constitution that Africans should be counted as 3/5 of a human being, not because he believed they were human beings, but because he wanted blacks to be counted in the census so Southern states could get a larger share of congressmen. And so James Madison claimed Africans were not humans. But when it came time to getting more members of Congress apportioned to Virginia, he was willing to say African slaves were 3/5 of a human being because democracy is all about compromise. But what's truly evil about James Madison is he knew slaves were human beings. He lied to the country. Madison wrote in private diaries that he intellectually saw something seriously wrong with slavery, but decided not to free his slaves in order to maximize profits on his tobacco plantation. James Madison refused to speak out against slavery in order to gain a political foothold on the voters of Virginia, all of whom were white male owners of property, and a lot of that property happened to be slaves. This speaks volumes to our current political discourse in America. The man who drafted our Bill of Rights, the man who drafted our Constitution, the man whose original intent most of our Supreme Court justices divine before issuing a new ruling, that man, James Madison, said what he didn't believe to further his financial and economic agenda. Slavery was genocide, and James Madison knew that. But James Madison remained silent because that genocide satisfied his economic and political agenda. That's our sacred founding father, James Madison. Turns out here in America, evil happens when good men do something. And so that means baked into the founding of America is a patriarchy, a white patriarchy that is perfectly comfortable expounding positions they know are wrong, writing laws they know are wrong, supporting policies that they know are wrong, fighting wars that they know are wrong, so long as it all furthers either their economic or political agenda. We saw last week during the hearings that there are plenty of Republican lawyers who knew it was wrong to spread the big lie. They knew that Biden won. Lawyers, officers of the court knew they were overturning an election. They knew it was criminal, but they also knew our founding fathers believed that there's a difference between what you believe is right and what will further your political and economic agenda. Always err on the side on what will further your political and economic agenda. So say our founding fathers. John Eastman and Jeffrey Clark, who actually worked inside the Justice Department, they attempted to overthrow the election, our government, and they have more in common with James Madison than anybody sitting on the January 6th committee. Congressman Kinzinger, Congresswoman Cheney, it pains me to admit, are profiles in courage. By the very definition of JFK's book, Profiles in Courage, they are willing to pay a political price for what is right. James Madison and Thomas Jefferson were not profiles in courage. The original intent of our founding fathers was say and do whatever is necessary to keep white men in power. Were the men who wrote our founding documents products of the time? No. The times were a product of these white men. And so this country, America, is built on a nasty institutional lie. Enough Americans knew slavery was wrong. James Madison, who drafted our Constitution, writing in his notes on the Federal Convention of 1787, called slavery one of the most oppressive exercises of power by man over man, and that it ran completely contrary, he said, to this age of enlightenment. While he was drafting the Constitution, he wrote that slavery was wrong. People knew slavery was wrong, and some people said it was wrong. And then there was Jefferson and Madison, who wouldn't admit it was wrong. They said privately to themselves that slavery was necessary, but they knew deep in their hearts that slavery was evil. Therefore, they are evil. George Washington owned slaves. It's not like nobody told him it was wrong to rip the teeth out of one so he could be fitted with a set of lifelike dentures. He knew it was wrong. He did it anyway. He knew slavery was wrong. And that's why George Washington insisted that upon his death, all his slaves be freed. Why did so many Republican congressmen ask for pardons after January 6th? For the same reason you free your slaves after you die. You know you did something wrong. Now, of course, George Washington never had any children. We forget that the father of our country was either sterile or impotent. I suspect that had he fathered a child, he would have left them, those slaves, even knowing it was wrong. Our Constitution was written by men who knew slavery was wrong. They were told slavery was wrong. They admitted to themselves slavery was wrong, but defended it anyway. That makes them evil. Because they did this because it furthered their financial and economic agenda at the expense of America's soul. That's who every politician, every American leader, every intellectual here in the United States is. Most of us are our founding fathers. We remain silent. We say and do whatever it takes to further our economic or political agenda, no matter who suffers. Do you honestly believe Stephen Moore from the Club for Growth thinks cutting taxes for the wealthy will balance the budget? Of course not. But like our founding fathers, he says whatever it takes to further his own economic and political agenda. Do you really think Joe Biden believes private health insurance companies are better than Medicare for all? Do you really believe Joe Manchin thinks America has a perfectly functioning social safety net for children? Look at how the right wing will twist themselves into knots to justify an 18-year-old's right to purchase an AR-15. It is economically and politically expedient for the gun manufacturers, the NRA, and the Republicans to put as many AR-15s into the hands of as many people as possible. And they will say whatever it takes, from we don't need new gun laws, we need to enforce the law is already on the books, to the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And when that doesn't work, they say we need to arm kindergarten teachers with Glocks. And then when that doesn't work, they say let's have one door so school kids don't die from gunfire, they die from a fire. That is who this country is. It's baked into our DNA. Say whatever it takes to protect your political and economic advantage. Our founding fathers were all pint-sized versions of Kellyanne Conway. Say whatever is necessary. Lie to the country. Lie to yourself. It doesn't matter what the truth is. All that matters is furthering your political and financial agenda. And so our founding fathers would look at today's Congress, today's federal government, and they would say our system works just the way we planned it. Our government, the original intent of our government was to merge the political with the economic. Why did Lincoln fight the Civil War? Because slavery only became truly abhorrent to the North when the North realized it could no longer benefit financially from it. Slavery only became wrong in the North when slavery wasn't needed in the North. New York City almost seceded and joined the Confederacy because New York City was financing slavery, insuring slaves, commodifying slaves, as well as the crops they picked. New York City almost left the Union and joined the Confederacy because of that. In 1861, New York was America's financial hub and the newly formed Confederacy's financial hub. During the first 3 months of 1861, New York City Mayor Fernando Wood addressed the City Council of New York City over and over, proposing that New York City secede with, quote, our aggrieved brethren of the slave South. Eventually, New York City did the right thing. They stayed with the Union. But you could hear the conversation among New York liberals back then, the same conversation that echoes throughout New York City today. Yes, of course, slavery is wrong. Of course, I believe getting rid of it is essential. But let's not make sure the cure is worse than the poison. It's what we hear today about eliminating health insurance companies. What are you going to do? Destroy an entire sector of our economy? It's what we hear about guns. Gun manufacturers are part of our economy. We can't just wipe out an entire industry by regulating it to death. And yes, of course, I know America has destroyed Vietnam. Or, yes, I know America has destroyed Afghanistan. Or, yes, I know America has destroyed Iraq by sending those troops in. But if we remove the troops, we will only make things worse. Yes, of course, fossil fuels are destroying the planet. You think I don't know that? But to shift quickly to green energy and drastically destroy all those businesses, that's worse than global warming. That's who founded our country. The people who talk that way founded our country. Incrementalists, bullshit artists who will say whatever it takes to further their economic and political interests. Like I said, we are a nation of pint-sized Kellyanne Conways, or to put it another way, a nation of grifters. Our nation is run by waiters and waitresses who serve up a ham sandwich while insisting it's exactly what we ordered, macaroni and cheese. Macaroni and cheese. And we are a nation of customers who eat that ham sandwich convinced it's macaroni and cheese. We believe the lie, which is why we believe the slaves were freed on Juneteenth. But slavery continued under no name. The plantation was replaced by our prison system, and slavery under the 13th Amendment didn't end, it expanded. Not to other states, but to other people, as well as Black people. Our prisons became the new plantation, and some of those prisoners have white people in them. By now, I hope most of you are familiar with the 13th Amendment, which ended slavery in 1865, with the added loophole that anyone held in prison could be forced to work for free. By now, I hope you're familiar with Ohio State University law professor, civil rights activist, and author of The New Jim Crow, Michelle Alexander, who reminds us there are now more African Americans behind bars or under the watchful eye of our nation's parole system today than there were slaves in 1850. Professor Alexander famously writes that while Black people make up 13% of our population, they are more than 41% of our prison population, begging the question I so often hear on the right: do Black people commit more crimes than white people? No, they are arrested more than white people. They are prosecuted more than white people. According to the NAACP, a Black person is 5 times more likely than a white person to be stopped by a police officer for no just cause. The more times you get stopped, the more likely you are to get arrested. The police target Black people in America because that is what police are for in America. Modern day policing has its roots in the slave patrols of the 1700s. Whether you like it or not, the truth is police in America started as armed officials searching for runaway slaves and tamping down any threat of a slave rebellion. Then, after the passage of the 13th Amendment, which freed the slaves but allowed for free prison labor, police in the South became the enforcer of Black codes, which rounded up Black men on false charges of vagrancy to lock these Black men up and use them once again as a source of free labor. Because of the loophole in the 13th Amendment, Black men today are being arrested because while this country outlawed slavery, it decided to turn our prisons into a source of free labor. According to a new report last week by the ACLU, 2 out of 3 prisoners in America work either for private industry or the government. If they choose not to work, they are punished and end up having their sentences extended. Some of the work is for free. Some of it is paid pennies per day. According to the ACLU, these prisoners manufacture products like office furniture, mattresses, license plates, dentures, glasses, traffic signs, athletic equipment, and uniforms. They cultivate and harvest crops, work as welders and carpenters, and work in meat and poultry processing plants, but they are not protected by a labor union. They have no rights. And that is the purpose of our police. Whether you like it or not, the purpose of our police is to find free labor and lock it up. The idea of professional police working for the city is an early 20th century idea. Starting in the early 1900s, police were there to be an arm of the state to enforce public order. The police myth, whether you like it or not, the police myth is that the police are there to prevent and solve crime. Whether you like it or not, historical analysis reveals that it is a myth. Whether you like it or not, police do not prevent or solve crimes. They occasionally solve a crime, but their track record at solving crimes, especially rape and murder, has dropped precipitously. The truth is, as you're about to find out, that our police, whether you like it or not, were never any good at preventing or solving crime because the purpose of the police in America is to restore order as defined by the state. The purpose of the police is to be an arm of the state. Back in the 1700s, the police were there to prevent slave uprisings, to round up runaway slaves. Today, the purpose of the police is to prevent the people from turning into an angry mob. The myth is that the police are there to solve and prevent crime. Whether you like it or not, the statistics, the truth reveals the police have never been good at preventing or solving crime. The truth is, whether you like it or not, they are getting worse at preventing and solving crime. It's time for Americans to grow up. There is a myth about our police. According to Professor Shima Baradharan Bowman, who teaches at S.J. Quinney College of Law, police, and she's being generous here, she says police only solve 2% of major crimes. And then she adds, she's being generous. And the police admit they don't solve major crimes. They admit that in order to increase funding for the police. Just pay us more and then we can finally solve crimes. The police, their record in not solving crime is far worse than they are willing to admit. According to Professor Bowman's recent article in The Conversation, it is an absolute rarity. It is an absolute rarity for a crime to be reported to the police that results in a criminal conviction. She writes that 11% of all serious crimes result in an arrest, and only 2%, and she says she's being generous, only 2% of those result in a conviction. Here's the other alarming fact. Because the American people have already internalized, but not necessarily admitted, that the police don't solve crimes, half of all major crimes in America go unreported. Half of all major crimes go unreported because Americans have internalized how ineffectual our police are. To put it generously, half of all major crimes committed in this country go unreported. According to my math, that means of all the major crimes committed in America, the police solve 1%. 1% of all serious crimes in America are solved by our police. Whether you like it or not, America, 1% of all serious crimes in America are solved by our police. According to a Justice Department analysis, this is coming from our Justice Department, they analyzed violent crime in 2016. They said 80% of rapes and sexual assaults in America go unreported. According to the Justice Department, 80% of all rapes and sexual assaults go unreported. According to RAINN, Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, it's America's largest anti-sexual violence organization, only 310 out of every 1,000 sexual assaults are reported to police. That means that 2 out of 3 rapes and sexual assaults go unreported. According to Andrew Van Dam, writing for the Washington Post on October 6, 2018, this was back in the middle of the rapist Judge Brett Kavanaugh's Supreme Court hearings. They were talking about rape and people not reporting rape. According to Andrew Van Dam, writing for the Washington Post, quote, about 0.7% of rapes and attempted rapes end with a felony conviction for the perpetrator. Let me repeat that. Whether you like it or not, America, let me repeat this. 0.7% of rapes and attempted rapes end with a felony conviction. There are more than 100,000 rape kits that remain untested here in America. We're not sure of the exact number because there are 18,000 individual police agencies here in America, and nobody really keeps track of them. But let's say, conservatively speaking, there are 100,000 untested rape kits. What does that mean? It means a woman is raped, and she goes to the police, and she's sexually violated again. It means a woman is raped, she goes to the police, she submits to a physical exam. She strips, she spreads her legs, and a detective, hopefully a woman, swabs her sore vagina for DNA. And then she's told, after that second indignity, the vagina being swabbed, after that second indignity, she is told that the DNA will be sent to a lab to confirm that she has been raped, and the DNA will then be entered into a national database to see if it matches any other DNA found in any other rape victims. The rape victim who submits to the rape kit is sent home, and she tries to forget what happened to her, while the police who swabbed her vagina have no intention of ever processing that rape kit. An untested rape kit is a sexual assault. An untested rape kit is a sexual assault. Why are you swabbing a woman's vagina if you have no interest in getting it tested? That is sexual assault, and the detective who does the swabbing and then leaves it in the evidence room should be arrested for sexual assault. There are close to 1 million police officers in America, more than at any time in American history. It is customary currently for anyone who is critical of the police to say, quote, many, if not most, of our police officers are good people. It is customary for anyone who is critical of the police to add, it's just a few rotten apples. I'm not going to say that, because it is the job of police, we are told, to prevent and report crime. Do they do that? Do they do that? Do they report crime? Do they report or prevent crimes committed by their fellow police officer? Crimes committed by our police are the worst crimes. How can we expect the law to be applied fairly when the people applying the laws are criminals? Do the police arrest or report the police officers who commit crimes? In Texas, Ohio, for example, it is illegal not to report a crime that causes serious bodily injury or death. You have to report a crime when you see it. It is a crime for a police officer to arrest somebody and not read them their Miranda rights. It is a crime for a police officer to punch a suspect who's already in custody. It is a crime not to report that if you are a police officer. You will be charged as an accessory, or you should be charged as an accessory after the fact if you witness a felony. If you're a cop who witnesses a felony being committed, and then you assist in keeping that felony secret from the police. Given what you now know about our police here in America, how many police officers are accessories after the fact? Is it a few rotten apples? While most cops don't beat random suspects, how many cops have stood around watching someone like Derek Chauvin kneeling on a black man's neck and did nothing to stop him, and then afterwards didn't report it? How many police officers are accessories after the fact? What percentage of police officers just to get along, keep their mouths shut when they witness one of their fellow officers committing a felony? How many police officers in America have committed felonies simply by not reporting that felony to their supervisors? Of the 1 million cops in America, what percentage of those cops committed the felony of witnessing a crime being committed by another cop and failed to stop and or report it? A few bad apples? This is now the part of the conversation where you accuse me of hating the cops. I do not hate the cops. I want to know why the cops hate us. This is the part of the conversation where I'm accused of being weak on crime. I am not weak on crime. I want to know why the cops are. Fewer than 1% of rapes result in a conviction. Why are the police weak on crime? What are they doing that they cannot arrest rapists? I believe in police. I believe in locking people up. I believe there are evil people in this world. Most of them are in our corporate suites. And I believe the police should be arresting these people and putting them behind bars. I am anything but soft on crime. It's time for Americans to decide who the real criminals are. It's time to start asking why our police do such a piss-poor job arresting these criminals. Well, the answer to that question is, from the time of our nation's inception, the police have never been there to solve or prevent crimes. They don't do that. Whether you like it or not, the statistics bear that out. The police are there to protect property, property owners, and the state. The police, the local police, are not there to protect the people. The local police are there to protect the state from the people. The purpose of the police is to maintain order, which is just another word for the status quo. The purpose of the police is to make sure ordinary American citizens get it in their heads to do what they are told. The purpose of the police is to arrest Christian Smalls, which they did outside that Amazon fulfillment center near JFK while he was trying to unionize the workers. The police are not there to arrest any executives at Amazon who violate real laws regarding safety that cause injury and death. The police protect Amazon. The city streets here in New York are filled with Amazon delivery trucks illegally using sidewalks as way stations to sort through thousands of boxes that should have been sorted at the fulfillment center. But instead of ticketing the Amazon delivery trucks, the Amazon delivery people, the New York City police ticket ordinary citizens for double parking, or even worse, for having a busted taillight, which means you have a fix-it ticket and must show proof that you fix it, otherwise there's a bench warrant. The police work for Amazon. We have a cottage industry right now of pundits, journalists, academics, and politicians who can't wait to warn us that democracy is on life support and that we are about to become a police state. Hillary Clinton over the weekend said, America is on the verge of becoming a police state, and that's why Democrats have to win. And the way Democrats have to win is by no longer saying defund the police. You cannot make this up. Hillary Clinton said, if the Republicans win, we will live under a police state. We have to make sure the Democrats keep the House and the Senate. And the way to keep the House and the Senate and to prevent a police state is to stop talking about defunding the police. Black people know that America already is a police state. Police states start with the police. A police state, the first word in police state is the police. All the tools for a full-blown police state have already been put into place. And by full-blown police state, I mean white men and women start getting locked up. A full-blown police state where Karens suddenly become too frightened to call the police. All the tools, all the instruments are already in place. All it takes now is an emergency, a terrorist attack, a financial collapse, maybe a riot, maybe so many people who are homeless, the government starts clearing out the camps to incite a reason to declare martial law. If you think I'm dreaming, listen to the testimony from last week of how Donald Trump was looking for any excuse to use his emergency powers to declare martial law. We are but one click away from the police being given full reign to do what they are there for, to keep us in line or in prison. It is not patriotic to give blind love to the police. It is patriotic to always hold the police under suspicion because the police are human, which means they are capable of anything. It is patriotic to hold the police under suspicion and try to take away as much power from them as we possibly can. We do need the police to prevent and solve crime, but they do not do that. The real purpose of the police is to arrest as many people as possible and get as many American citizens as possible into the system, to get our fingerprints, to get our mugshots, to put us on record, to know who we are, because a populace that is in the system will be more obedient to the state. The purpose of the police is to arrest ordinary workers, to fingerprint them, to make them feel powerless and expendable. The purpose of the police is to make a compliant labor force. The purpose of the police is to harass the American people, to create outstanding bench warrants on a busted taillight so the American people can be fined. The purpose of the police is for cities to pay bills by arresting Americans, by charging them with misdemeanors and forcing them to pay exorbitant court fees and fines so that the rich don't have to pay taxes. The purpose of the police is to pay for themselves, to seize drug evidence so they can buy their own police cars. The purpose of the police is to create outstanding warrants so that when you're pulled over for a minor infraction, they can look up your record, find that outstanding bench warrant, and now have reason to arrest you. And if you're poor, hold you indefinitely to await your trial. Whether you like it or not, America, the purpose of the police is to fill our nation's prisons and jails, because the fuller our prisons and jails, the more money that is spent keeping people behind bars, and the more people behind bars, the more sources there are for cheap or free labor. The purpose of the police, the reason we have police, is to find the sadists and give them purpose, to absorb them into the system so they don't become a threat to it. The police are job recruiters. They are patrolling our streets looking for men of color who they think will fit nicely into our for-profit prison system. It is not patriotic to give blind obedience to our police. You have the right to say whatever you want to say, so long as what you say doesn't result in a crime. You have the right to protest, to peacefully assemble outside your government or outside the homes of the people who control or work for our government. You have the right to a lawyer. You have the right to demand a warrant before the police enter your home. You have the right not to submit to a drunk driving test. You have the right not to answer any questions from the time of your arrest all the way through your trial. You have the right to a quick and speedy trial and not to be held without due process. You have the right not to be charged excessive bail, and you have the right to be spared cruel and unusual punishment. Joe Strummer sang, "Know your rights." Know your rights, and then demand your rights. And most importantly, exercise those rights, because if those rights are never exercised, they will become as out of shape as the cop arresting you. I am an American. I don't have to back the blue. Instead, I chose to back what the police have sworn an oath to protect, the Constitution of the United States of America. When I am handcuffed and arrested, I shouldn't have to ask politely how many more hours it will be before someone reads me my Miranda rights. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. We'll be back after this.
We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. We wake every morning like the Rolling Stones, 'cause we just can't get no satisfaction. Democracy's in change, we could bury its remains, but infotainment culture has infected our brains. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The wisdom we receive, the reality we perceive, is burned into our brains by cable TV. Scandal, crime, and disaster lead the news. Fear and white anxiety shape our views. The fourth estate has crumbled into an irrelevant heap. Critical thinking is all but asleep, 'cause we're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The pathological pursuit of power and profit drives everything in sight, not sure we can stop it. Corporate plutocracy has risen to the top. We've lost the power to think, so we shop until we drop. We're surveilled and monitored while they keep us all distracted, so we never notice that our data has been extracted. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. All right. The Reagan agenda A libertarian notion of sweeping deregulation has been put into motion. Our eyeballs seldom stray too far away from the mega monopolies that command the day. Diversity in media is gone, 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 slowly fading out like a sad, sad song. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The telegenic spectacle of tabloid celebrity has squeezed out any room for social integrity. With profits to be made and minds to be molded, the media crushes the truth even when it's been scolded. It's books now more than ever that people need to read. Folks are hypnotized by their Twitter feed. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. Molded, the media crushes the truth. Now we can't seem to get out of this neoliberal nightmare that cares more for Wall Street than anybody's health care. We've been bruised, battered, defunded, and dismantled. We've been diminished, infiltrated, manipulated, and manhandled. The sovereignty of citizenship, the bulwark of democracy, is under full attack by the cult of meritocracy. We're living every day, yeah. We're living every night in the USA of distraction. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. Where we're living every day, where we're living every night in the USA of distraction. That's right.
You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. We are on every platform where you listen to podcasts. We release our podcast every Tuesday and is it Thursday? Every Tuesday and Friday at 3 a.m. Every Tuesday and Friday at 3 a.m. The audio version of the podcast is released, and we live stream the recording of our podcast on Zoom as well as YouTube. If you would like to sit in our virtual studio audience, ask questions, please go to my website and hit attend a live taping. Today, since we're live, go to pay-per-view. If you're watching us on YouTube, go to pay-per-view, and that will give you a free link into our Zoom room so you can join the conversation, join our community, or watch us on YouTube. Subscribe to the show as live on YouTube. We're live on YouTube, and we're cutting up each episode into individual morsels to make it easier for you to share with your friends. Well, Jason Miles and Pascal Robert are co-hosts of This is Revolution, and they are on the show all the time, thank God. If you're in our Zoom audience, submit your questions in the Q&A, and I promise I will take the time to read your questions during the last 10 minutes of my conversation. And I see Pascal and I see Jason. Are we going to do the three of us together or individually? How would you like to do it?
Whatever is your convenient for you, David.
Well, we have an hour, so
We're
You know
told,
what?
just break it up a little bit so you can go ahead and since Pascal is already here and he is ready. Look at his face. That's readiness in his face.
Okay.
That
All right.
works for me. By the way, I
Well-
want to wish you a happy Father's Day, David, and happy Juneteenth as well.
Happy Juneteenth Father's Day to you, David.
Thank Thank you. Let's talk about Juneteenth. Is this a holiday that is new to white people?
I got a news for you, David, that might surprise you. This holiday is new to some Black people. I'll be very honest with you, because I found out about Juneteenth not growing up in New York City, and there were plenty of African Americans. It was not just Caribbean folk in New York City. As you know, when I was coming up, there were Black folk who were from North Carolina, who were from South Carolina, who were from the South. And because I was not in a space that was proximate to many Black folk from Texas, I did not grow up in New York City, even though I lived in a kind of working class, middle class Black neighborhood. I heard nothing about Juneteenth at all. I became aware of Juneteenth actually after college when I was in law school, and I had a friend who was from Texas, and she informed me about the historical precedence of Juneteenth as a holiday down there. So Juneteenth, I became aware of in my 20s, and I was aware of that it was about a delayed awareness of emancipation that was caused to slaves in Texas because of the way in which both the military and the slave plantation owners tried to deny them the knowledge of emancipation. So what many people may not know is that there are people even within the Black community who only became aware of Juneteenth with the rise of social media, with the rise of digital platforms, probably within the last 5 years or so. But I will not diminish that there are long-standing traditions in Black communities, particularly in Texas, Louisiana, some parts of California, or places that are proximate to Texas that have long traditions of celebrating Juneteenth. So by no means in the imagination am I trying to suggest that this is some obscure thing that has no rooting in African American history. That's not the case. What I'm saying is that it was much more of a regional holiday than something that was collectively a national consciousness reality in Black spaces.
It almost seems perfect that it took Black people a long time to find out about Juneteenth, because it took a lot of Black people to find out that they were free. So give me the chronology here. Abraham Lincoln issues the Emancipation Proclamation to free slaves
under the control of the Confederacy,
but not in the North.
No,
Still-
that's the thing. People fail to realize is that even after the Emancipation Proclamation, there were slaves in border states like South Carolina, like Delaware, like Maryland, that were still enslaved after the Emancipation Proclamation, because those states were still within the control of the Union. The Emancipation Proclamation only really takes force in the Confederacy. And because it takes force in the Confederacy, because the Civil War is still going on, it obviously takes time for the Emancipation Proclamation to actually become fully weaponized in a capacity to give freedom to slaves, because the war continues for another 2 years.
Right. And so Texas was part of the Confederacy. The Emancipation Proclamation, 1863, 18.
I do believe that's correct.
I think I may be wrong about that, but it took 2 years for the slaves in Texas.
Well, don't forget, it takes 2 years for the war to finally end in the first place. Anyway, the war is fought for another 2 years before all of this stuff can be legitimized. But what's really fascinating is that a friend of our show, Torrey Reed, who is a historian, recently published an article in Common Dreams about Juneteenth literally today. And the title of the article is that when celebrating Juneteenth, please remember the 13th Amendment. Now, I know there's a lot of controversy people have with the 13th Amendment, with the convict leasing clause, and he gets into that history in the article. But what he's saying is that even after Juneteenth, there were still places in the United States, and even some in Texas, where Black people were still enslaved, particularly some border states that did not want to recognize emancipation, particularly South Carolina. And the ultimate act that does the job of full emancipation is the 13th Amendment. That's when you actually have final emancipation in terms of the actual national mandate to actually abolish plantation slavery in the United States. We don't have to get into the whole question about the convict leasing aspect as well, but the plantation slavery becomes abolished because of the 13th Amendment. Now, his position is not to say that Juneteenth is invaluable, particularly because it has a history when it comes to people in the state of Texas, but that it's a much more complicated history than simply saying that on June 19th, 1865, all Black people were free, because that's actually technically not the case.
Right, right. And so slavery took on a new iteration. Prisons.
This is something that's a controversial fact, and I'll tell you why. Because if you understand that if convict leasing was quote unquote the new slavery, there's a little fact that makes it difficult for that reality. The majority of the convict leased people were white. They were not Black.
Right. Well, I said at the time, in my opening comments, I said the 13th Amendment expanded slavery to new races.
Well, the thing is, though, convict leasing is something that had existed in the United States for a long period of time. And the language of the 13th Amendment in the convict leasing element is something that was kind of pro forma in states in terms of the adoption of new constitutions. Almost every state had that language in that constitution. And what Toure is arguing is that to believe that the intent of the 13th Amendment was to re-enslave Black people would be to challenge the whole purpose of the Civil War, which was rooted in emancipation. So the point I'm trying to get, and I'm not a historian, so I'm not qualified to get into this debate. What I'm saying is that there is this new reinterpretation of the 13th Amendment that basically says that it gives birth to convict leasing and slavery by another name. And what I'm saying is that there are scholars and historians who are challenging that historiography to say that that is a literalist misinterpretation of the historical facts and the order of when it happened, and that the actual boom of mass incarceration, particularly of Black men, starts around the proximate time of the civil rights movement in the 1965 era, that is a consequence of deindustrialization. Not that there was not convict leasing. There was convict leasing all the way up until the 1940s in the United States. But the massive explosion of Black males in terms of the contemporary understanding of mass incarceration starts in the 1960s. So my position is not to deny the historical role of convict leasing. What I'm saying is that the hyper-racialization of mass incarceration becomes much more class-specific as urban deindustrialization starts to deny the capacity of particularly Black males, to find jobs in those cities as a consequence of the second and third wave of the Great Migration from the South that starts after World War II into northern cities. And that lack of economic opportunity starts to precipitate with a certain kind of urban crime wave, and during the periods of the urban rebellions that starts a mass incarceration. There's a great article in Catalyst that talks about this. It's called The Economic Origins of Mass Incarceration, and it has a very, very good explanation of this timeline as well.
Or it goes back to the old vagrancy laws. If you're an African-American male who no longer has a job, you're going to hang out, and you just hang out with your friends.
Well, there's no question there's going to be a racialized component in the way in which police target. Listen, there's no doubt that there's a racialized component in the way in which Black people are targeted in the United States, because Black people, unfortunately, as we know, are disproportionately relegated to poverty and surplus labor redundancy. That doesn't mean that there aren't large numbers of white and poor ethnics and others that are poor as well, but there's a disproportionality in the way this affects these communities. And there's a historical reason for that. And largely it's due to the way in which capitalism has rendered Black people into a quotient that is required by its utility, which is reserve army. What does that mean? Capitalism requires people who can't find jobs. Because if you have full employment, these bloodsuckers are going to tell you you're going to have inflation. Okay. Right. And because you can't have.
Has that ever happened? Has that ever happened in our recent past where they've. It's what's going on right now.
Yeah, well, they're trying to use inflation to stop full employment now. They're trying to use the threat of inflation and the Federal Reserve because people are actually, the terms of which jobs are being found today, they think are too good for labor. We had a good show on recently. We talked about how literally one of the reasons why inflation is being bandied about so badly is because the Fed wants to use fear of inflation as a means to discipline labor, meaning that in the wake of COVID, because of the COVID protests and how people didn't want to go to work, labor has certain advantages in its capacity to find work, and it's a competitive job market. And because of that reality, the Federal Reserve, because they don't want to pay, because capitalism always wants to avoid paying high labor costs, is now trying to undercut that by talking about we've got to increase interest rates, which will always cause a diminution of the capacity of labor to bargain for better wages or better income.
And Jerome Powell, who is the chairman of the Federal Reserve, has openly said that his goal is to bring wages down.
Yes.
Which is not the mandate of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
What is the mandate of the Federal Reserve?
Federal Reserve, which is a private-public partnership, is to maintain monetary stability within the United States through its ability to control interest rates. That's their main purview as an institution. But cutting wages is not exactly something I would say is the mandate of the Federal Reserve.
It's supposed to provide for as much full employment as possible without destroying the dollar. It's not supposed to manufacture recessions, which is what Jerome Powell is trying to do. He's, as you've just said, he's trying to create an economic situation where work becomes precious.
Yes.
And will he succeed?
Probably, yes. He probably will succeed because there's never really been a president that's been effectively been able to leverage any kind of stick against the Federal Reserve in its decision-making power.
How much of this inflation is real, or how much of it is an opportunity for corporations to increase profits? I've noticed that when the price of gasoline goes up, so do the profits for ExxonMobil.
That's correct. I think that there is a correlation of factors. I think that the COVID wave definitely caused supply chain problems that made it difficult to transmit goods and services, that caused the price gouging, that allowed the price gouging, that also caused prices to go up. I think that with the phenomenon that we have in Ukraine, where we have large amounts of wheat that are unable to be put into the market because countries like Ukraine are massive wheat producers, it's going to have an effect on foodstuffs, and it's going to cause prices to be augmented as well. I think that because Russia is a major oil producer, and having its ability to transmit oil across the globe being blockaded because of U.S. Embargo policies, is going to affect the capacity of oil to be in a relatively stable price, and that's going to affect things as well. So my position is that there is some price gouging and there is some corporate shenanigans, but there are some legitimate factors on the ground that are contributing as to why the actual cost of things are as bad as they are.
We're talking with Pascal Robert. He is one of the co-hosts of the This Is Revolution podcast, which everybody should subscribe to. It's fantastic. And let's bring in Jason Miles. And I don't know if you can start your video or not. There you are. Hello, Jason. Jason is in Mexico.
I'm
And
going to check
welcome.
out right now, Nick, because I've got some obligations I got to take care of. I'll let you hang out with Jason if that's okay.
Could you stay with us for 8 more minutes?
For 8? If you want me for 8, I'll stay for you for 8. For you. For
8
sure.
minutes. Thank you. I wanted to get your comments on January 6th and how scared so many of us are that we're in the final stages, end stage democracy, and we're this close to losing it. I remember Cornel West after 9/11 said, America felt terrorized. Well, now you know. So now you know how we feel. You became N-words, but he said the actual. He says, America is terrorized. Imagine falling asleep at night and then waking up to, and then he would describe basically what happened to Malcolm X and his family in the middle of the night. And anyway, from the perspective of your podcast and your experience, what do you think when you hear Democrats warning us about the end of our democracy? Since we only have 8 minutes left, let me ask Pascal.
I'll give that answer. I don't really have much to say.
I think that I'll be very honest with you, David. I find the hypocrisy of Democrats claiming that we are at the brink of losing our democracy without interrogating what role they had in bringing us to this position after 50 years of bipartisan economic politics and policy that has cannibalized working class people cross-racially, cross-ethnically, and has literally given people to the position, brought people to the position where they are totally atomized and feel unable to get any kind of response from their government. If the Democrats are concerned that we're in a position that we're going to lose our democracy, my question would be, what have the Democrats been doing for 50 years to demonstrate that Americans should be invested in believing in their democracy besides platitudes?
And before you go, Julian Assange, it looks like Julian Assange will be losing the battle and will be extradited here to the United States. One of the reasons the judge didn't want to bring him to America was because of the current state of our prisons. The British judge said, if Julian Assange, we'd like to give you Julian Assange, but we don't trust you with him. We think he'll die in your prisons, either through suicide, nervous breakdown, or murdered.
I think that's a legitimate concern.
We accept the state of our prisons. It's almost as though
bad people go.
I'm sorry?
It's where bad people go. No one cares where bad people go.
Right.
If people care about prison because Julian Assange is going there, you don't care about prison. You care about Julian Assange. You care about a person that you think is above prison going to prison, but you don't care about prison.
Wow.
The purpose of prison is to punish the poor people.
Yeah. You don't care about the people that have to go there.
Why
do you think there's such a rollback of like tough on crime laws and tough on crime people are being elected in big quote unquote blue cities? Nobody gives a damn about poor people.
There's a book called Punishing the Poor.
Angry. I'm not saying it because I believe it. You know what I mean?
Jason has very visceral opinions about police and poor. There's a really good book that justifies his opinions. I think it's a better book than the new Jim Crow, quite frankly. Yeah. It's by a man named Loic Wacant. It's called Punishing the Poor. And it really talks about how the purposes of mass incarceration and policing are to punish and otherize poor people and make them redundant and punish them for the fact that capitalism has failed them.
I mean, when you work in an environment that feels like the bottom of a dumpster, because you're dealing with all the people that no one wants to deal with, and you see how these people are kind of shuffled along in a way that is every day, you're probably going to break down once a day because people that you're trying to help don't trust you, because no matter what color you are, no matter how old you are, no matter what you say, how you say it, you are on the other side of a desk and you are the one that has the power of the pen that has taken away from someone. You have taken benefits away. You've taken a house away. Fuck, a family member away. You have taken away. You are only subtraction.
Right. Let me say
People
goodbye.
that work in these fields, they're not all hammer and sickle socialists, if they're even political at all, but they have hearts. And every day you see it just get stepped on because someone tells you to fuck off. That's a good day. That's a good day. You might get told to just fuck off. Right?
Right.
Or food thrown at you. But you do it because you understand that people's humanity should be valued, right? Regardless of what you've done in your life to get you to this point. There is no perfect person that we're talking about here. This isn't Joe Blow worked a factory job, factory left. Now he's down on his dumps and he lost everything. That's some people. That's some. There are some people that actually get up and live in their cars, sometimes with their families. They go to work. That's some people. A lot of people get drug problems, spousal abuse, sex offenders.
Hold the thought for 1 second. Hold the thought. I'm hanging on your every word. Let me say goodbye to Pascal Robert.
All right.
Host.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for your time. Everybody listen to the This is Revolution podcast. We're talking now with Jason Miles, who you
got Jason all fired up now.
I'm all ears. Yeah.
Well, once you've done something, you're mentally ill, you're addicted, whatever the label is on you, I don't have to listen to you. And now I just need to find somewhere to put you because visually you're a problem. Chesa Boudin ain't in office, not because he failed the city, but the city got tired of seeing what a real left vision of the district attorney's office looks like. And that is, I don't want to put young people or people in general in a cage for property crime. It's so easy for people to be like, yeah, that makes so much sense. But guess what? You ever had your car broke into? This shit sucks. You ever had somebody try to bust in your house? It sucks. Get your backpack stolen with your laptop in it. Who likes that? Who feels like shrugging their shoulders and being like, well, he needed it more than I did, especially now, right? And Chesa, sad to say it, I like the dude, met him on a couple occasions. Like the dude, but people really weren't ready for him to shrug his shoulders and be like, it's not that big of a deal for y'all. You people in San Francisco really can't afford that company paid laptop that you got. You're just going to walk back in there and get another one. Right? But it's also the blight. It's seeing it. Dave, you lived in the city for a minute. You know San Francisco. It's worse than when you was out there. And it wasn't like it was that great back then. You know, I was just there last week. But, you know, I don't want to see Julian Assange go to jail for being a journalist. That's silly shit, right? But much like the abortion issue, no one cared that for decades, if you're a poor woman, the state can say, you're getting an abortion. You're getting a C-section. You're getting sterilized. You're giving this child up. Nobody talked about that. And the people that did talk about it, you're on the margins. I challenge someone to hang out with immigration lawyers or public defenders because the clients aren't pretty at all.
Go back to that point about mass sterilization, forcing certain people to be sterilized in this country. You say at one point we were forcing women to have abortions.
We do.
And we do? We still do.
If you're in services in the system, yeah, you can be forced to have plethora of things. You can be forced to be sterilized. You can be forced to have a cesarean. Oh yeah.
And so the same people who want to sterilize and forcibly abort the fetuses inside poor people at the same time want to outlaw abortion.
Some, not all.
But it's all part of the same war against the poor.
The war against the poor is very different than the more religious right move to flex on pop politic issues, right? So what you're seeing in like state houses in places like Texas is this far right move to take over lower levels of government. Like, we're not going to try to take over the federal system, but we'll definitely go through school boards to state houses, and then we'll try to push our agenda. But it's having a kind of a nasty backlash on them because no one noticed what they were doing until they start messing with these kind of sacrosanct, in people's minds, sacrosanct decisions. Again, when you're in services, no one knows what happens to foster children or, incarcerated women. You know what I mean? Like, and no one really cares. You only care if a famous person or a person of note might go to jail, and you hear something like, the prison system in America is so bad,
right?
Which is a very sweeping statement, because in working in services, the main people you work with are people that have come out of the prison system from doing very, very heinous crimes, usually murder,
right? But
they're all college educated because they got their degrees inside. So especially a place like California, there are some opportunities. A buddy of mine is a prison guard in San Quentin, and when he has to deal with people that are going in for longer bids of time, he tells them, you can either come out of here with a degree or you can come out of here a better felon. It's kind of up to you what you want to do.
Right.
After time, some people want to come out with a degree. There is work for you in the nonprofit world. I'm not saying that it's great. I'm not saying that prison in California is the model. I'm not saying that at all. It's just different wherever you go, right? Some places are definitely way more quick to throw you in a cell than other places, but we're not even talking about civil detention, which is what happens to our brown brothers and sisters that come. And now,
what is civil detention? What does civil detention mean?
Civil detention means I can hold your ass for as long as I want, because it's civil. It's not.
What does that mean, though?
So, immigrants, when you were talking about the 13th Amendment and convict leasing, and I was in the chat making some comments because someone said something about the documentary 13th was a great movie. And, one of the flaws of Ava DuVernay was that the new Jim Crow in 13th kind of says that private prisons are this big problem, where if you looked at the numbers, it was state institutions that were locking people up for violent crime. It wasn't just nonviolent drug offenses. Like these two things kind of paint this picture that there's these people that just sell a little dope and no one really gets hurt, and then they're going to jail for long periods of time. And that's true to an extent, but when you start looking who's going inside prison, it's people that are doing violent crimes.
Or accused of violent crimes.
But let's just say they did it, right? Again,
Well,
no
how
one has
many
to be perfect.
trials?
Let's just say you did it, because I want to live in a world where we can say, okay, well, that person did that. They've paid their for their crime. let's move on. Let's stop trying to make a world filled with punishment.
Right.
And that's kind of how people start to look at the Assange thing, right? Like, oh, okay, well, you don't want to see a very carceral state. Oh, great. Start there, Assange, and then keep looking, open that book up even further and see, and you'll be surprised what you see when it comes to the amount of time people get, right? I like talking to the abolished people because it forces me to look at the situation differently. And when I say the abolished people, I mean like the prison abolitionists that have been around since the 80s and 90s. We're talking like the Angela Davises and the Ruthie Gilmores and the Dylan Rodriguezes, like these guys that have been around for a long time saying this stuff when they were a very small minority and before it was a trendy hashtag. We may not agree on everything, but it definitely opens up your understanding. And then also to, again, working with the unhoused, you're always working with people that have been just shuffled through the system, sometimes since childhood. I'm talking some foster care, then you get incarcerated, and then you get thrown out as an adult. It's like, ooh.
All you know is government institutions. You're at home there.
But that's the punitive society in which we live in. And I don't know if that's a society that I feel very comfortable living in.
See, I was born before Reagan, way before Reagan, and it was received wisdom that violent crime can be prevented by rooting it out at its source. In other words, making sure people have medical care, mental health treatment, or jobs to prevent people breaking into homes, that crime. Sometimes there are professional criminals, people who just like committing crimes, but for the most part, people want a job. They want a normal life. You turn to crime when you've exhausted all the options. That's what people raised before Reagan were taught. But now we've had 40 years of lock them up and throw away the key. The idea that they deserve to be locked up.
Who's deserving? In the latest video essay I did, same as it ever was, I put a clip of Ronald Reagan when he wasn't running for office. That clip is from 1975 when Reagan was on Carson. And I don't know if you were in California in the early 70s.
I've seen that clip. What about it?
But you weren't in California in the 70s, right?
We all did a lot of crazy things in the 70s. I don't remember if I was in I may have visited California in the 70s, but I wasn't there.
Well, Reagan's whole thing was to start rolling back a lot of welfare reforms. And he started doing that when he was running for office for governor in the late 60s, and then he became governor in the early 70s. And in that clip that I cut, I wanted to show him kind of bragging about the fact that he was kicking people off welfare rolls, because you really see his welfare vision come to life with Bill Clinton. So when we talk about kind of this bipartisan consensus that's very punitive when it comes to poverty, it is antithetical to what you're talking about with the Great Society programs that come out of the Johnson administration.
Right. Well, Ricky in London asks, what does Pascal or Jason think about the Poor People's March in the Capitol last Saturday?
I haven't really been following the Reverend. I know he got a bunch of funding. I forget where it came from. It might even came from like Soros or somewhere like that.
From where?
He's a bad guy. I think he got some Soros money.
Is that wrong?
Again, I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't know if the message has changed, right? That's what you're always looking for. I was talking with Gerald Horn a few years ago about this, and that was the first thing he said. He goes, look, when you're trying to do something, it costs money. Does your messaging change when the money comes in your hand? And that's kind of the key point. So I don't know. I mean, were they marching for legislation or were they marching to march? I don't know. So that's my question. Legislation.
I was in a narcissistic state of disrepair over the weekend, and I knew, in fact, somebody wrote to me and said, why don't you get your head out of your ass and read about the Poor People's March on the Capitol? That's how my listeners talk to me. Somebody read my newsletter and said, why don't you talk about something important like the Poor People's March? Rodrigo in Mexico, we have an international audience, or internacional, to please Rodrigo. We never would have met you had it not been for Rodrigo, by the way. Rodrigo wants to know, one of the statistics I cited 2 weeks ago on this show is that there's 820,000 people on parole and 2.9 million on probation. Can you talk about that? I've read, I mean, was a famous statistic for a while, and then we forget about it, but something like 1/3 of every African American male is in the system. Fingerprinted and mugshot has been processed by our judicial criminal justice system.
I mean, 2/3 are not.
I'm sorry?
That means 2/3 are not.
Did I say 1/3 or 2/3?
No, I just said what. I said, does that mean 2/3 or not?
2/3 have had it expunged.
Or maybe I don't know. I don't know that statistic.
Yeah,
I don't really look at statistics from a purely racialized base like that, because it's kind of flawed. It makes you start to think that every black guy has been in the system in some capacity, and that's some sort of rite of passage of blackness. So I'm not the biggest fan of overly racialized statistics, because I'm sure if you start to look at them, most of those people, like, is that count if you've had a DUI or a ton of traffic tickets? Like, I don't know. What is that system?
But it isn't an African American more likely to be locked up because he's got 1 or 2 misdemeanors on his record, but 1 and 1 equals.
The bigger question is, why does he have 1 or 2 misdemeanors on his record? Right? We're already painting a picture of a person with two strikes walking in the door. I mean, if you're talking about poor people, yeah, there's poor people that look like me that are in prison. Yes. There's poor people that look like you that are in prison. There's poor people. There's a lot of poor people that look like Rodrigo that are in the regular prison, and also civil detention and prisons no one knows about that are private, that are built around the borders here, Arizona, and they get thrown in there for months and their family has no idea where they are. So
if you're a poor person who looks like me, you're really poor. You are.
I met some homeless Jews at the shelter.
A homeless Jew is somebody who rents. There I go. I'm going to get a call from my mother now. I'm in trouble with my mother. Now, by the way, Rodrigo, I pointed this out to Rodrigo. He lives in Mexico. He's so busy complaining about American prisons. Did you know that practically 100% of the prisons in Mexico are filled with Mexicans? Did you know that?
I believe it.
They think we're bad.
I don't want to see any of them as I knock on particle board. I don't want to see any of those prisons. I don't want to know where they are. I love Mexico. It's a great place. There's no crime here, and we're moving on.
When I go to Minnesota, my shoulders drop. When I go to Canada, my shoulders drop. Before I even realize I'm safe, my body tells me I'm safe.
Okay. Interesting.
Do your shoulders drop when you get back to Mexico?
I love it here. I mean, all jokes aside, I really do love it here. It's a little rough driving through Tijuana because you have to go through TJ to get to the quota, which is the freeway. Excuse me.
By the way, Sarah from Minnesota just pointed out about the murder rate in Minneapolis. You're absolutely
that's why I was like, it was interesting that you feel that way because
I'm white.
I worked with some people in North Dakota from the Twin Cities that were very white and extremely violent.
I'm just saying, as a white middle-aged man in a bubble of white privilege, for some reason, I still believe in the myth of Minnesota nice.
Don't get effed up.
I know. Now I'm thinking about
get a white dude and a Hmong dude beating the shit out of you, taking your wallet.
I know.
Get a rainbow coalition of an ass whooping. That's not what you want.
Yeah, let me just say, when I go to Canada, my shoulders drop.
Again, parts, right? You go to Vancouver. It's one of the most beautiful cities in the world. But downtown Vancouver, where crime is really, really centralized in one little area, where they've kind of done I don't know if you want to say good job of putting all the poor people in one place where everybody likes to shoot up. A lot of them are native. They're definitely poor on the street. Sadly, it was where a lot of the music venues were that we would play back in the day in Vancouver.
Right.
So that was always a wake up call for me going to Canada. Like my ex, who I did music with for years, she's from Vancouver, so her parents' house was nice. She lived in East Van, which is a predominantly Asian area. Beautiful mountains and everything, right? And then we go downtown to play the show, and it's like, got to get somebody to watch the van so nobody steals all your stuff or the van itself. So I guess go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you're in Mexico, you were in San Francisco. You say that, I know what, David, you've lived in San Francisco, you know what it's like, but you wouldn't recognize it. Something's happening in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It's called collapse.
It's called a collapse. So it's not necessarily going back to quoting Cornel West after 9/11, where he was saying, you're terrorized, welcome to our world.
Mm-hmm.
Something is happening that's unfamiliar to a cross section of this country, correct? Including the disenfranchised, including
I think we're seeing the failure of neoliberalism in real time, neoliberal capitalism in real time. And we're seeing, as Pascal always says, people really fighting for a slice of a very shrinking pie. Or a better metaphor he uses is people fighting for seats on the Titanic.
Right. Or the life raft. Oh, fighting for seats on the Titanic.
On the Titanic. You're not even fighting for the raft. You're fighting for your position on the Titanic. And the thing about collapse, if we think about it, we always see it from a science fiction point of view, where there's going to be a great explosion or this thing. There's usually going to be a warning sign, a roadmap to this collapse. But there is no roadmap to collapse. There was no roadmap in Rome. No one knew. It wasn't like one day it was like this and the next day it was like that.
All roadmaps lead to Rome, I thought.
Well, ours is.
Right.
I live in a country where my water source comes from the same water source as my beloved California, Colorado River. So where maybe people are paying higher amounts of money for water, maybe some people are getting fined for watering a lawn, right? My water, David, shuts off. There's over 1 million people that live in Tijuana, and I don't know how many millions live in Rosarito, where I'm at. Our water shuts off. In the last 2 weeks, I've been without water for 4 days. Nothing. Tap, dry.
So you can't live without water. So what do you do?
Last I checked. You got to save it. You got to save it in ways that are very foreign to us when you live in the States, like taking a shower with a bucket in it. So you save that water for other things. You have to buy water to drink because I can't drink water out of my tap, right? It's bad. It's gonna hurt me. It can hurt me. But just that fact, I think, is lost on people, because when we think about border cities like San Diego, we think about these crazy Minutemen or these crazy patriots that can't wait to shoot or entrap a brown person or criminalize someone for giving someone water that's trying to cross a desert valley, right? And mind you, I have to look at the wall as I come. And it's like, is that person more of a problem than the fact that your water is going to run out in your lifetime? Arizona, you got more dudes in Arizona that are locked and loaded and can't wait to put a bullet in a brown person's behind. And it's like, you're not gonna have any water. That's what you care about. This is what the end looks like to me, man. We care about so much more silly stuff than each other. It's frightening. And with a lot of these political defeats that you see, and this is just my own opinion, it feels like because we have this young burgeoning left filled with downwardly mobile people, there's a lot of hope and heroes. Bernie's going to save us. AOC is going to save us. One of these progressive voices is going to save us. We can save us. But there's hope. And then when these people lose or they don't come through the way people thought they were going to come through, because ultimately politics should never be hero worship, you see people get let down and upset. And then there becomes a return to like identity politics and tough on crime laws. We're back to those politicians using things like intersectionality to even silence left voices. I mean, again, I'll keep going back to where I'm from because I think that's such a perfect example of where we are. When you have a district attorney that says, let's reimagine the top law enforcement position in a major metropolitan area and make this position now an extension of the public defender's office. And we're going to have programs to stop recidivism. We want to stop a revolving door, right? We don't want to make more criminals to make you feel safer. And we want to make more humans whole to make you feel safer. But that takes time. That takes a movement of people that are dedicated. That takes a city government that has the same vision. You can't do that alone. And when more quote unquote progressive voices got into that city council, what did the mayor say? The black female mayor? As a black female mayor, these white progressives don't understand what we go through. I grew up in the projects. I had a mother that had a drug problem. Silences those voices, right? Oh, don't listen to the progressives. So I'm not saying London Breed is the most evil woman in the world and she needs to be stopped because she was pushed to actually add some extra funding to some programs for the unhoused hotels in San Francisco. But again, that took organizing, that took a movement of real people. We have to get back to embracing our humanity at a certain point. and not be afraid to offend somebody. If I offend you, it's not on purpose and it's not forever. It shouldn't be forever. If I call you the wrong name, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I will apologize for that. Can we move on? Or do we have to stay with some sort of moral high ground that you can sit on? It's silly shit, man. That's silly shit.
Now, is that real or is that Twitter?
Both. I've experienced it in real life.
How much real life as a podcaster are you and I actually experiencing? Or how much of it is?
I mean, I get out there.
Yeah.
And you're right. In the real world, if I went up to somebody who was like, man, Jimmy Dore and this forced the vote, they'd be like, man, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And we don't speak English.
And, if you like, yeah, I mean, you get in real life, if you get a pronoun wrong, you're not canceled. You're not, if something slips out of your mouth that's inappropriate in real life, nobody's saying, I can't talk to you. We're done. I just don't.
I've had it
I think
happen.
on Twitter that happens.
Oh, I've had it happen. The last tour I was on, I was in that world in the last tour I was on. So yeah, there were some people that got upset.
Over one thing you said.
And I sat there and I was like, okay, we're not leaving till there's an understanding. And for the rest of the band was not very happy. It was in Richmond, Virginia. I'll never forget it. It was like a conversation for well over an hour I just sat there and listened. I didn't agree with everything, but I sat there and listened. I'm not above listening because ultimately these people have feelings. And I wanted to understand why they couldn't say hello to me. It had to be, what's your pronoun? I was like, whatever happened? Hi. Hi works fine. And that sparked a whole other conversation. And there was more things that happened. I won't get into it. It's a whole other story. But we can learn from one another. We can actually build something when we're together in these actual moments of real life. In a few days, I'm going to be on a plane. I'm going to be in New York. I hope we're going to be hanging out together.
We will be hanging out. Yes, we will.
And there'll be
Jason Miles. We have to wrap this up. Jason Miles is the co-host with Pascal Robert, who was with us earlier, of the This Is Revolution podcast. And go to thisisrevolutionpodcast.com. Listen to This Is Revolution. And I look forward to talking.
We'll be talking tonight about the gentrification of high school sports with Wosny Lambre and my very good friend that is a basketball coach at Oakland High, about how even standard urban poor people high schools can't even play in tournaments anymore.
Wow.
Because of the way that sports is changing. And it's sad.
Yeah. Thank you, my friend.
I'll see you physically in just a few days.
Good. I look forward to it. Let us now go to California. Howie, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, wow. Okay, it's working. We're doing it differently today. Howie Klein is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, and they raise money for progressive candidates around America. Read him every day over at Down with Tyranny. I had last week off, so it's good to hear your voice.
Yeah. Were you in jail?
I cannot comment on an active criminal matter. Seriously.
Okay.
I think you understand that I've been advised that I cannot say anything regarding an ongoing criminal matter.
So when the newspaper said it was David Feldman, it was you.
I cannot comment on an ongoing. Yes, I was. Yes, I was arrested. Yes.
Okay. Well, congratulations. I'm sure it's not the first time, right?
I cannot comment on an ongoing criminal matter.
Forget about this matter. But you've been arrested before, haven't you?
I cannot comment on an ongoing criminal matter.
But I mean, I was arrested a lot of times in my life.
Tell me about it. What happened?
I'm trying to remember which was the first time. I was certainly there were a bunch of drug arrests. There was one for draft card burning. That was a big one. There was then there was a horrible one in Afghanistan where I got arrested and was thrown into like a hole in the ground that they called a jail.
Really?
I think there were others. I mean, there were like minor kinds of things like hitchhiking, for example.
Well, you talked about being thrown into a hole in the ground while traveling through Afghanistan. I want to say it was the Mujahideen who did that?
No, not at all. It was. When I was there. It was before the Russian invasion.
Right.
So it was a whole different set of characters. So it was just, I did wrong. I was trying to smuggle a lot of hash from Afghanistan into Russia. Thank goodness I got caught on the Afghan side. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here speaking to you now.
Right.
My partner was the Postmaster General who was related to the king. So I got out in a day, and in 2 days I had my van and my hash back.
So you were working with the Postmaster General of Afghanistan to smuggle hash out of Afghanistan and back into the United States. Is that correct?
Oh, not exactly. First of all, he was the Postmaster General of Kabul, not of Afghanistan.
Okay.
And I was regularly sending hash back to the U.S. and he would help me to make sure it got through.
And
so he was my partner in that. This was something different. I had planned to drive. I had a compartment built into my van to smuggle 50 kilos of hash to Scandinavia through Russia, figuring like no one does that. Well, there's a good reason why no one does that. Anyway, that's a long time ago. Are you aware that I'm sort of like writing random pages of my memoir right now and posting them on Down with Tyranny?
I've been begging you to do that for years.
I've been doing it. I've been having. I did one about my first kiss. I did one about. I did two about my first big hitchhiking trips. Yeah, I've done 3 or 4 already. And they're just literally just random pages. They don't really give much of an idea about what the book is going to be about, but they're little vignettes.
Wasn't Roland going to interview you?
Who?
Weren't you going to be interviewed by Roland?
Well, I'm kind of hoping that eventually Roland will help me write the book since he remembers stuff better than I do.
Right.
But that's a long ways off. Now I'm just putting together these pages for the woman who's going to sort of put them all together and edit them into a book. But I mean, literally there's like 3 pages now out of a potentially 500-page book.
Right.
And very random. I mean, they're not indicative of anything. They're just, I don't even know if they'll even make it into the book. She was not happy with the last one, the most recent one I just did.
You were thrown into a pit, and was it covered?
It was a jail. It was a mostly underground jail.
Were you?
It wasn't.
Were you claustrophobic at the time? Did you panic? Did you?
Oh no, it wasn't like that. It was. It wasn't like that. It was a horrible situation. It was very, very cold. It was filthy. It was just absolutely vile. I don't know what would have happened to me if I didn't have a good connection to get me out of there.
At the time that you were, at one point, were you terrified?
Yes, at all points.
Would you have confessed to kidnapping the Lindbergh baby to get out of there? In other words, once they have you and the walls are closing in on you and you've experienced the isolation, you are you are compromised.
Much worse than isolation.
I'm sorry?
The other prisoners.
I didn't hear what you said.
It was something much worse than isolation, and that was the other prisoners.
Right.
Yes, but I know where you're going. That you're liable to say anything just to get out of there. So at some point I might have, but I mean, from the time that they, threw me in jail, I kind of figured that I mean, the guy was related to the king. It was like an absolute monarchy.
Right.
His father, I think his father, so he was like the king's nephew. And he said, "Don't worry, I'll get you out of there."
Okay. I am convinced that every confession is suspect.
Yeah, me too.
I'm utterly convinced now that people will say whatever is necessary to fall into the good graces of a detective to facilitate better treatment.
Well, certainly some people will. You said every, so that's, maybe not.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I would go that far, but yeah, I mean, a lot of people do. I mean, that's the whole, well, one of the whole reasons why torture is ineffective. If you torture somebody enough, they'll say whatever you want them to say to get the torture to stop.
Right. Torture is really about satisfying the sadistic urges of the people doing the torturing. That's all it is.
I agree. I think some of them thought that they might get some valuable information out of it too, but it certainly does that. I wrote something this afternoon. I don't know that I'm done with it yet. For either I'm going to put it up either tonight or tomorrow. About it was a psychological study at the Commonwealth University I think it was called actually Virginia Commonwealth University, and the psych department did a study of actual frontal lobe activity when somebody attacks somebody from the out group. So in other words, if you want to harm someone who is one of them, not one of us, you get really excited, and it affects all the pleasure channels in your brain. It's
Right.
extremely interesting today.
Right.
So I would imagine torturing somebody, it's better than a boner.
Right. Well, let's talk about January 6th, which...
Before we do that, let me ask you a question, since I just said something that could be offensive to people. I think I'm a little older than you. I'm not sure how old you are, but I'm 73 or 4. And sometimes I feel like I say something in jest or it's just my way of speaking, and it could really be offensive to younger people, not necessarily to you, but I'm asking you about more like people who maybe your daughter, your son. If a comment like that I just made if you think that's really offensive.
I was only offended because I didn't say it.
Yeah, I said not like you.
Yeah.
One of the things I wrote in the latest little episode of my memoir that I posted, I mentioned the first time I got laid, and when I was describing it, I mentioned that it was an older black woman, and I defined older as meaning about 21, 22, maybe 20. Well, she would know. I was 15.
I know. I'm just saying that's...
When you're 15, someone who's like 22
Right.
is, could be 60. I mean,
Right.
what's the difference?
right.
And then, it happened in a Greyhound yard in Jacksonville. And there's just certain things I don't remember her name. She was a passenger. We sat next to each other on the bus from, where was it from? I don't know, from New Jersey to, I was going to Miami. She got off in Jacksonville. But the bus stopped.
Where did you get off? Where did the both of you get off?
No, there was a rest stop in Jacksonville.
That's where you got off. Okay.
And that was her last stop. but not mine. I had to get back on the bus and go down to Miami Beach. It started as a hitchhiking adventure. I was hitchhiking to visit my grandparents. I got picked up by the police on the New Jersey Turnpike. My father came to get me. I thought he was going to beat me up, but instead he paid for a ticket to go down to Miami Beach, which was a shock to me. I mean, to this day, I don't remember many nice things he did for me, but that was one. And I sat down next to this woman, and we had a really nice time through Virginia and the Carolinas and Georgia, and then everybody went in one direction towards the kind of a luncheonette. I went to the men's room and ladies' rooms, but she took my hand and pulled me off in another direction, and So I'm writing about this thing, and there were a few things that I remember about it, but one of the main ones I remember about it was that we did it basically in this giant tire, and I was kind of like a passive, participant who it was happening to, rather than I didn't make it happen, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to do anything. I had no idea, and she figured it all out and did it all. Being an older woman, but what I remember is that the color of her skin, which was very, very, very dark, kind of blended into the color of the tire, and that's so. I wrote about that, and someone told me that could be a very hurtful comment, and people might be very offended by it. What do you think?
There's a tiny part of me that understands why people would say that. But
good. Tell me.
I'm sorry?
Tell me.
I think anytime you're talking about somebody's color, you're touching a third rail. But
even though I like this woman?
Huh?
Even though I like this woman,
right? But I think you're touching a third rail, and to describe. But you're a descriptive writer, and that's what you're being honest. I don't have a problem with it. I think, but
I wonder if that's because we're old. That's what I'm thinking. So I just sent it to a colleague of mine who's in his 20s, and I didn't tell him what I'm looking for. I just sent it to him and asked him what he thinks. And it just happened a few minutes ago. So I'll wait to hear back from him. I respect this guy. He's very, very, very smart, and he's extremely woke.
Now, I don't see people's race. I just see their religion. I judge people by their religion, not their race. So you're asking the wrong person. Tell me about the January 6 hearings. This show has been very blasé about the January 6 hearings. Yeah, it was terrible. Arrest them already. If it's so bad, let's move on. But you're writing that they have created some political will, that Kinzinger is saying the polls show that the American people have soured on Trump.
Well, Kinzinger very sour towards Trump for sure. Right. But the poll, it was one poll that came out after the third one, and it showed that a small majority, like 58% maybe, of people think that as opposed to 40% who don't think this. So 58% of American, I think it was adults, not voters. So 58% of American adults, this is the Ipsos poll, think that Trump should be held accountable criminally for what happened that day. So that's quite a bit up from other polls that I've seen in the past. And the polls in the past have been trending downward for that question. So in other words, it was more about a year ago, and then it's been going down ever since. And then since the hearing started, it turned around and it's been going up again. So that's good.
And so
I mean, in the last one I wrote, I was trying to set up for what's going to happen tomorrow and in the following ones, because they're saving the heavy guns for last. I mean, Liz Cheney as the co-chair gets to talk every time, and she's a heavy gun, so she's doing a good job. But I mean, the weakest person that they could have possibly had speaking was Pete Aguilar, who's just worthless. I mean, he's not a lawyer. He's an idiot. I don't mind hurting his feelings, but and then tomorrow is going to be Adam Schiff, and as you probably know, Adam Schiff and I don't agree on a lot of politics or policy, I should say. But he's really, really smart. He knows what he's doing. He's a Stanford graduate, which means he's something. And then he graduated with I forgot which honor it was, but some huge honor from Harvard Law School. And then he was the assistant U.S. attorney for Central California, and he was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee of the State Senate here before he was elected to Congress. And then in Congress, he's now the chair of the Intelligence Committee. What I'm saying is he's not an unaccomplished idiot at all. I know him personally. He's a very, very, very smart guy. Pete Aguilar is a moron. Aguilar did the last one. He stumbled through it. He couldn't understand Ludwig, the judge who spoke, and he asked him a question, and Ludwig looked at him like he was an insect and said to him, Aguilar said, well, what did you mean when you said that Trump committed a crime? And Aguilar sort of just looked at him and said, I meant what I said. Right. And Aguilar just shriveled up into nothing and went on to the next witness.
I looked up.
So we're not going to have that.
When he was,
we're not going to have that with tomorrow with Adam, and we're not going to have that with Jamie Raskin at all. Right. I mean, Jamie Raskin, I can't say I know every one of them, but I know the works of every one of them, and I've watched all those members, and I feel confident in saying that Jamie is the most brilliant person on that committee, and I knew him before he ran. Just like I knew Adam before he ran for Congress when he was a senator, I knew Jamie. He was the counsel for People for the American Way, where I was on the board. So I know this guy, and I know his work, and I know he's brilliant, and I know that Trump must be, shivering at the thought of what's going to happen when Raskin takes over, and hates Adam as well, and he's freaking out. I mean, if you notice the comments in the last 2 days from him, he's freaking out about what's going to happen tomorrow, because Adam is not Pete Aguilar. Adam knows what he's doing, and he's going to be brilliant tomorrow.
I looked up Pete Aguilar to see what you had to say about him. You
get the picture of him like snorting coke and drinking booze?
All I could find, I said Howie Klein, Pete Aguilar, and I see a headline from my show on YouTube. It says, Democrat Congressman Pete Aguilar, slimy, corrupt shill for big oil who defiles Congress, guest Howie Klein. That
about so Aguilar is a real piece of shit. He's not really a Democrat. He was part of the Jerry Lewis machine years and years ago. Now, Jerry Lewis isn't the comedian with Dean Martin. Jerry Lewis was sort of the boss of San Bernardino, the Republican boss of San Bernardino. He's a very, very powerful member of Congress and extremely corrupt. And Aguilar was part of his machine. Eventually, Aguilar decided to, and surprised everybody, he decided to run as a Democrat for office. Right. And he was appointed mayor of a small town where he did a terrible job, just really, really botched things up. And in fact, when he ran for Congress, he ran a lot based on the fact that he was mayor, and he came in third in that town. He was mayor. Real bad character. So I sort of reiterated some of the things I've written about him over the years, including one that is interesting now, because one of the things with Aguilar that you got to know, and how he got on this committee. I mean, Pelosi is not a fool. She knows he's certainly not Adam Schiff, and he's certainly not Jamie Raskin. But she wanted a Hispanic on there, and more important than that to her, I think, was that she wanted someone who is looked at as a rising leader and part of Hakeem Jeffries' posse, and he is that. Now, the funny thing about Hakeem Jeffries' posse is that part of that is AIPAC. There is no, now remember, Hakeem Jeffries is an African American. He's not some Jewish guy. But there is no one in Congress at this point who's more tied to AIPAC than Hakeem Jeffries. He's their guy. They're his organization. And I found this old transcript of a tape that I transcribed years and years and years ago of Aguilar before he was in Congress, when he was first running, talking about how bad AIPAC is, how bad Jews are, how, he's sympathetic to Hamas, the kind of things. Half of the stuff he said, just half of it, would get him an instant $5 million against him from AIPAC. That's how they are. But of course, they love him because he's part of Hakeem Jeffries' posse that is hoping to take over the Democratic Party, and it's in part being financed by AIPAC.
Right.
So anyway, that was off on a crazy tangent.
I want to ask you about January 6th and Biden and the Democrats. He is more unpopular now than he's ever been. He is not doing well.
Who he is, and they realize they made a mistake. But, I don't know if that has anything to do with anything except that.
I mean, he's 17 points roughly underwater. You're right that his disapproval rating is higher than his approval rating by 17 points.
Yeah. Well, it varies not much from poll to poll. Some polls it's a little better, some polls a little worse, but it's very bad. It's definitely deep underwater. And, if people would have been reading Down with Tyranny, everyone in the country, they would have already known that and would have elected Bernie.
Of course. More Americans think this country is heading in the wrong direction. 70% of Americans. Have you ever seen? Go ahead.
That doesn't tell you much, right? Because, progressives think it's heading in the wrong direction for one reason, and fascists think it's headed in the wrong direction for the opposite reason.
And so this malaise, not malaise, under Carter, it was a malaise. This is a complete.
That's who he is.
This is a capitulation. This is beyond a malaise. We've capitulated. Under Carter, we weren't saying it's over. We're saying we're prepared for the end here. Are we overreacting? Are both sides overreacting?
Yeah. Someone is thinking it's the end. They are overreacting.
So
not the end.
What do you see happening after watching these hearings, seeing Biden being even more of a disaster than, would you admit he's worse, even worse than you could imagine? That he would have didn't you think he was going to put some incremental numbers on the board, something that he could run on? Didn't you think he'd have some accomplishments?
He will. He will have some accomplishments. The infrastructure bill is something. It's not what I like, but it's something. And he will be able to run on that, I assume. And then I am guessing he's going to forgive some part of student debt. He'll be able to have that, although a lot of people won't be happy because it won't be enough. He, there's probably going to be some sort of a Medicare negotiation with drug companies bill that passes. That's what I'm hearing.
I heard he wants to raise premiums on Medicare.
Well, it's not. No, he doesn't want to raise premiums. What he would like to do is allow private insurance to do that. He's not saying I want you to raise premiums. He's saying that. He's going along with a Trump experiment with Medicare that no progressive would ever approve of, but he's allowing it to happen, or his administration is allowing it to happen. Who knows with him what he knows and what he doesn't know?
Is he going to be challenged?
Don't meet a position where I have to defend him. I hate him. Right. I don't want to defend him. I didn't vote for him. There's no chance. I never thought about voting for him. I never considered the alternative being worse, I never, would never have voted for him and didn't.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being, yep, he's in, 1 being, he's not going to run, he's too old. What do you hear about Bernie in 2024?
Oh, you're asking me about Bernie. Well, I have no inside information, but if I had to guess, I would say if Biden doesn't run, it's better than 50-50 that Bernie will. Unless someone comes along who Bernie feels, is a better candidate.
Right.
Meaning, when I say a better candidate, I mean someone who is going to win because of standing up for progressive policy.
Right. And going into the midterms, the generic polling shows what? That the Republicans are...
From different polls on different days. It's not as bad as you think. One day the Republicans are up by 3, the next day the Democrats are up by 3. It's not good for the Democrats, but it's not as terrible as you might think.
Because
the Democrats have a lot of gerrymandered districts, just as the Republicans do, where there's no contest. So it's not like they're going to get wiped out. When the Democrats are up by 2 or 3 points, that means they lose seats. They have to be up by more than that. They have to be up by closer to 10 points to win seats.
And the Senate?
The Senate, it's hard to tell. It comes down to very, very individual, just a few individual races, and they're difficult to call. Can you imagine that people are going to vote for that I forgot his name, that Herschel Walker?
Oh my God.
Can you imagine that against a guy like Raphael Warnock? It's like mind-boggling to think, except for the Marjorie Trader Green fans, I can't imagine that suburban Atlanta is going to go for someone like Herschel Walker. It's just it's unthinkable, and that's where elections are won and lost. The inside of the big cities, you've got Democrats. In the rural areas, you've got Republicans, and then the Atlanta suburbs decide who wins and loses elections.
Right. So, very quickly before you go, what do we have to watch tomorrow?
I don't know. What do we have to watch tomorrow or today?
What do we?
Virginia. I'm not like terribly excited about the races tomorrow. Every race is important, but there's nothing like mind-boggling that Blue America jumped into, for example.
I see. All right. Thank you, sir. Howie Klein, founder, treasurer, Blue America PAC. Read him every day over at Down with Tyranny, and I will call you and talk to you about things.
Thank you. Very excited that we're ending at exactly this time, so we're not keeping your next guest hanging.
Thank you. Thank you, Howie Klein.
Bye.
Bye. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. When we come back, we will talk with the great David Cobb.
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A 50 tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. So light, so light, so I got a big bag of Twizzlers in case I have some visitors. Febreze if I'm really stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room, my hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream, my Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone, my exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants, my very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads, a Christmas tree. I like to keep my options open, don't you know? A shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils, a year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read, some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA, and my enemies list.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours every Friday night. Go to my website, sign up for office hours, and while you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. I put out a weekly newsletter. Joining us is David Kopp. He ran for president on the Green Party ticket, and he managed Ralph Nader's presidential campaign in Texas. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, David. This was the first time I was able to hear in its totality the new theme song. It's good stuff. I just want to say I really appreciate the culture and the art into the politics. Good work.
You're talking about Professor Mike Steinel.
Professor Mike Steinel. And you know what? It's funny because my wife, because we go on walks together. Let me see if I can do it right now because I've got this new tune in my head. He'll tell the dirty joke if you want him to. It's time right now to the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. I'm not joking. My wife can sing it because I think it's such a catchy tune. So this is just a new one. So I appreciate the music.
He is, and he'll be here in about, 90 minutes. How have you been? I haven't seen you in a little while.
It's true. It's true. Well, you actually took a break. Good job. I hope you actually took a break, my friend. I mean, you can only run on anger and righteous anger for so long before you need to stop and do something. Did you do anything fun?
I can't comment at this time while it's still a criminal matter.
Very well.
Yeah.
I will take a peek. Remember when I ran for president, David Feldman, I said I ran on my arrest record. I've been to jail for justice. And I reckon before we actually win the world I want to live in, I'll probably have to go again. And as a lawyer,
describe what it's like to be arrested, please.
Well, it depends, right? I've been arrested at Earth First protest, which was a markedly different thing than a mass arrest at DC. I was also arrested as the Green Party's 2004 presidential nominee when me and Michael Badnarik, the Libertarian nominee, tried to enter onto a public university's grounds to deliver show cause papers to show cause why we were not allowed to participate in the corporate controlled presidential election. So each time was different, but I can tell you this for real, when every time I've been arrested for justice, it is an empowering experience because you're putting yourself on the line for what you believe in. You're proving that you're willing to do what people before us have been willing to do, which is to be disruptive for an honorable and noble cause. And it is empowering. And one of the things I say, David, is I'll just tell you this at the end of it. And I'm not saying it's romantic. I'm not trying to romanticize it, but I will tell you this. It's empowering, and damn it all, my shirt just my jacket just fit me differently. My spine just felt, I walked a little bit taller. My eyes were a little bit more centered. I actually think that in a proper way, not in an individualistic way, but when you are part of a mass protest for justice, where the act of nonviolent civil disobedience is a tactic in service of a strategy trying to achieve a larger goal, it is fucking empowering.
How long were you held?
Each time I was out within 48 hours. And 2 times within 24 hours, 1 48 hours.
And how did you find the conditions?
Pretty bad. The jails in this country are not pleasant. There's no doubt about it.
Were you certain you were going to be released?
I knew at some point I would be released. Because as a lawyer, I know the system and I know habeas corpus. I had a support. There was a support system each time, right? Remember, that's the difference between being part of an organized movement, that the arrest is a tactical decision made part of a larger strategy that actually has a plan to achieve a larger goal. So there is something fundamentally different about thoughtful, intentional, deliberate, nonviolent civil disobedience and just acting out.
Right. Interesting. I don't recommend getting arrested in America. That's my advice.
Well, listen, not unless, again, it is part of a very strategic plan and you have support, jail support, you have legal backing to be able to engage the process to protect you, because the state is a racist, sexist, homophobic, settler colonial experience. This is an empire, right? We have to come to terms with the fact that this empire it absolutely does not value dissidents.
In prepping this show, I became interested in the police. I was shocked that they solve 1% of crimes in America.
Oh, it's terrible. And listen, as a lawyer, I've done a lot of know your legal rights. And so for everybody listening live, and for those of you listening after the fact on the podcast, I'm going to boil down what is probably the key lesson in a 90-minute know your legal rights. And it literally can come down to 2 words. You ready? Cops lie. And I literally get the entire crowd to shout it with me. Cops lie. Cops lie. And when I say that, I'm telling you, I can point to you the training materials where they are encouraged and trained to lie. Like they lie to you as citizens in order to try to secure evidence, to try to secure conviction. They are incompetent as hell, and they are also unethical as hell. And now they will say, "Oh, we only lie, in the course of the duties, but when we go under oath, all of a sudden, we always tell the truth." It's bullshit. The number of times that you can, like in criminal matters, cops lie all the time. And
is it a crime for a cop to lie?
It is not a crime for a cop to lie to you. Absolutely not. In fact,
Is it a crime for a cop? Is it a crime for a cop to lie under oath?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's why they'll make the distinction. Yes, all the training materials that Cobb and other civil libertarians point to, that's actually when we're not under oath. But when we're under oath, we know the difference. And then we'll therefore all of a sudden miraculously tell the truth. It's bullshit, David.
You talk about the fetishization of politics in this country. We fetishize cops in America. We watch these crime shows. They're never violating anybody's Bill of Rights.
Right. I mean, there's a couple of things about the criminal procedure. Number one, it is boring and uninteresting. Secondly, it is depraved. And it shows the real underbelly of how this system actually works. It's not sexy. It's not interesting. It's sort of the banality of evil up close and personal whenever you see how dehumanizing the process is and the lack of just basic dignity that the process gives to ordinary people. And especially if you are a person of color, if you are poor, if you're a transgendered or a non-binary person. I mean, it's a very dangerous thing.
If cops solve 1% of felonies, it's called clearance. Mm-hmm. If their record is that horrible, I mean, 1% of crimes are solved. It's even lower for rape and sexual assault. It's phenomenal. What is the purpose of cops in America then?
Look, to be very clear, the real, you have to answer the question, you have to actually go back to the history of why cops were invented and what is modern day policing all about. And the history, as any historian can tell you, it actually comes out of slave catchers. It was like, that's literally the birthing of modern policing in the United States. And it's why, by the way, even though the U.S. really is considered, sort of the part of the Western Hemisphere and the global North, we do policing fundamentally and profoundly different than any European country. No other global North or Western power does policing quite the way we do, and it's because of the history of the invention of the police. And it got so big so fast, bluntly, because of slavery. Following the Civil War, during Reconstruction, slave patrols were created. There's a very rich history that the origins of modern day policing. The NAACP has put out an amazing report on this, on the birth of the slave patrols and the lynching that came out of it. So the crisis in policing is really the culmination of 1,000 other failures. Failure of education, of social services, public health, proper gun control and regulation, criminal justice, and economic development. And it's a continuing bias, the continuing cruelty and dehumanization that you see. And then again, the intersection between race and class cannot be overstated.
So politically, the American people have internalized the inefficiency, the ineffectuality of cops because so many crimes go unreported. You do not call the police. A lot of people won't call the police after a crime has been committed. Why do Americans fetishize the police then? If they know, if you're not white, and a lot of white people have been pulled over by cops and have felt the chill on their neck. Why do we continue to fetishize the police and not question the role they play in our culture and our society?
That's a very good question. And I think it's time that we stop kidding ourselves. The police were created originally around slavery and grew and now exist to control working class people. Like, that's literally what the police actually do, and it does, because I know that, on the last program, not last week because you weren't here, but the last time that we were on together, there was somebody in the chat who asked a very provocative question. And I did a little homework on that.
Is this about Medicare for all? Is this about Medicare for all and Bernie and
This
Fox?
was the specific question had to do with, hey, Cobb, you and Feldo are constantly tossing out that there's some mythical way to get, far right-wing people.
Let's hold off on that for a second, because I wanted to ask you about that. I wanted to ask you about that. I just want to ask you one more time about the cops. I had an interesting conversation. I wear a New York City cop baseball cap when I go outside. I just do that because I get interesting conversations. A lot of time people think I'm an ex-cop. And about a week ago, I'm walking and this white couple says, "Are you a cop?" I said, "No." And the woman says, "Well, like you, we support the cops." And I said, "Why?" And she says, "Because the woman who runs Black Lives Matter bought a house for $2 million in Los Angeles." And I said, what does that have to do with you? But the Black Lives Matter people it's fake and the police are innocent. And I said, so you're concerned that Black Lives Matter might have misused $2 million. What do you think it costs you as a New York City taxpayer to have cops like we have? What does that mean? I said, are you aware that in the past 10 years, our city has paid out $1 billion? $1 billion to settle police brutality cases? That's not true.
No, it is true. And in fact,
it is true.
That's $1 billion to just pay out litigation. That's actually not part of the budget. The New York Police Department budget is actually $5.4 billion, which is over 5% of the overall total, right? So that's $5 billion budgeted for just what they are supposed to do. That $1 billion is added on top of it. That's actually not part of their budget.
So the husband who doesn't know if I'm a cop or can't figure out who I am goes, well, so that's a lot of money. We should educate the cops. Instead of defunding the police, we should educate the cops. And I said, educate them how? Not to shoot unarmed black men in the back? Is that part of the training that we should talk about? Is that about education? You're going to tell me cops don't already know not to shoot an unarmed black man or to pummel somebody who's handcuffed with a mop handle? Is that part of the educate? Do you have to be taught that? If you have to be taught that, maybe you shouldn't be a police officer. And then the wife starts going, well, next time you get into trouble, call the police. What I should have said is, next time you're raped, call the police and see if they arrest the rapist. See if they test the rape kit. What is the purpose of police in this country if they're not sending the rape kits off to be tested? What is the purpose of the police if they solve 1% of the crimes? What are we paying them for? What is
its origin is in the slave patrols and enslavement, and its current size and status is to control working class people. That's the reason that urban police departments in the United States of America are so huge. Like it is a matter of social control, and it protects property rights, not human rights.
Okay, so 2 weeks ago, one of our listeners wrote, quote, "Are there any polls, studies, or accredited data that actually backs up the widely believed idea that there is a voting bloc of Fox News watching right-wingers who would come out from the shadows to vote for Bernie and single-payer health care?" I don't know if you saw Bernie on Fox debating Lindsey Graham.
I did.
Where he mopped the floor with Lindsey. Do you think the Fox viewers, is there any indication that people watching that debate would think, you know what, Bernie, I'd vote for Bernie?
Yeah, maybe, but like I will say, whoever, because it was an anonymous question, I took it seriously and I did some research, and what I found is it was a great question. But as often is the case when you actually investigate something, say, okay, let's just actually look at it. What I found was the question is posed incorrectly. And the reason for that is there is good, hard scientific evidence on how people, voters, and how, let's just call them a more or less liberal or progressive viewpoint, what the winning narrative is. And what they found was that a combination race class is a narrative is actually the winner. That unfortunately, too often, progressives either focus on race or focus on class separately, and in doing so, we lose. So let me just take a moment. This is actually from research that was done by Lane Research Partners, Ian Haney-Lopez, Professor Ian Haney-Lopez at UC Berkeley. It's Demos. I'll drop into the link after I go through this where this is from, but this is all hard scientific polling that was done, and the methodology, it's worth pointing out, was rigorous, and they did it with a moment-to-moment reaction of both the base, persuadables, and opposition, right? And what they found is that we as progressives have a roughly 23% base. That is, people who are strongly concerned about bias against people of color, who believe people of color face greater barriers than whites, and basically support our progressive agenda on class issues. That's 23%. The opposition is only 18%. These are folks who at their core think that wealth is a product of individual effort. They oppose our progressive policy agenda. They hold African Americans and Latinos responsible for their own actions. Not surprisingly, they tend to be older, Republican, and white. But here's the thing. Persuadables are 59%. They toggle between views that are shared by both our base and our opposition. 72% of them say that, quote, focusing on and talking about race is necessary to move forward toward greater equality. But 65% also believe that talking about race doesn't fix anything and may make things worse, right? So that's the basic frame. Now, what I'm getting at is that when we look at what actually works, the description and the winning narrative is to say, no matter where we come from or what color we are, most of us work hard for our family. Today, certain politicians and their greedy lobbyists hurt everyone by handing kickbacks to the rich, defunding our schools, threatening our seniors with cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Then they turn around and point the finger for our hard times at poor families, Black people, and new immigrants. Now, I'm going to stop for a moment and point out, no matter where we come from or what our color, most of us work hard for our family, discusses race overtly, and it includes everyone. The next part names racial scapegoating as a weapon that economically harms all of us, poor families, Black people, and new immigrants. We say we need to join together with people from all walks of life to fight for our future, emphasizes unity and collective action. Again, what the studies show is the impact of a race class narrative is a winner. And it is a winner as opposed to a colorblind narrative. Our base responds at 89%, the unpersuadables at 9%, but the persuadables will react at 62%. And but get this, if you have a race class narrative, our base goes from 89 to 91. The opposition support will go from 9 to 8, but we'll never get them anyway. But listen to this, the persuadables go from 62 to 66. So calling out divisive tactics with explicit reference to race beats opposition race baiting. And again, there's like, I could go through the data, but it was like, so whoever asked the question, thank you for asking the question. And rather than go out and try to find research that supported my original idea that Trump voters would vote for Bernie, what I actually found was there is good, hard scientific data that says if you're going to engage in electoral politics, do it with a combination of race and class, and do it with language that is inclusive. There is an approach that can be taken. The problem is, and I'm going to land the plane here, the problem is that the damn neoliberal Democrats who control the Democratic Party operation will never do that, because they'll never be willing to talk about class, because they will never support the policies that actually would make that winning strategy a winner.
Right. Dr. Harriet
Thank you
Fraud.
for coming to my TED Talk.
No. Dr. Harriet Fraud joins us. Your comment.
Hi.
Dr. Fraud, it's a pleasure to see you. And I know it's time for your segment, so I'm going to listen.
I'd love you to stick around, David, just so Dr. Fraud could comment on this for a second.
Yeah, well, I'm right with you. I mean, I think of how Martin Luther King went to the Longshoremen's Union, actually the dock workers in California, and he said the best way to integrate this country is union building. We're all in this together. And that's what I think. You know, I think that the unions that are growing everywhere in the United States are where to go, because it says we're all in the same boat. We're in the same boat economically, and we need each other. And that's the most progressive thing. Also, I'm the most impressed, and I think we all should have a moment of celebration where race and class came together. In Colombia, a leftist, that's Colombia, South America, a leftist won today for the first time. He used to be in the rebel group, and he won. And in France, Mélenchon, only about a month ago, decided, okay, left has to make a coalition, and united the progressive unions. And in France, there are all sorts of communist and socialist trade unions, because unions are organized around political ideology, and no union head can make more than its highest paid workers. So they don't have this kind of hierarchy that we do.
Whoa.
Heads.
What did you just say?
No, Germany's the same way. No union leader can make more than his or her highest paid worker. So that means that you don't have that kind of huge division of a bunch of bureaucrats in a kind of capitalistic structure.
Oh, and by the way, unions also are guaranteed a spot on board of directors I know in Germany and in most of the industrialized world. I mean, again, this American exceptionalism does exist, but there's nothing good about it, actually. Let's be clear about that.
And one of the things that's different about France, I should say, at this moment of wild victory for the left in France, is that when the United States organized expunging the communists from everything, because they said that anyone who believes in communism believes in the violent overthrow of the government, although there was no such action. Nobody did what they did on January 6th. But still, they deported and arrested people. And unfortunately, the head of the labor movement of the AFL agreed to throw the leftists out, the communists, and then their fellow travelers, the socialists, and then the leftists out of the unions. So they lost the whole spark of the unions, which is we're fighting for the working class, and they started to diminish until now the young ones are talking about capital. But what happened in both of those places is the left allied with the labor movement, with the indigenous movements, with the feminist movements, and with the Black liberation movements, and they won. You know, you have to unify to win. And the center of that unification was class. But everything was seen as a struggle against capitalist divisions between people. And I think it's a moment that we should learn from, because about a month ago, they didn't even have this new party of all of the ecologists. I forgot the ecologists were on it too.
Is it a party or a coalition in France?
It's a coalition of the climate people, the race people, the socialists, the communists, all of them. The feminists
beat Le Pen for president, but just a few days ago, Le Pen's party got 10 times the number of seats in their off election year. And most observers, so the fascists had a huge gain.
They had an increase too. They got 90.
And the point is,
got 131 seats.
Correct. So what I'm saying is that the polarization that Dr. Fraud and I have been again, I don't think that we're creating the polarization.
No.
I think we're observing and describing and trying to get your audience, Feldo, to understand that we are at a historic conjuncture, a Gramscian conjuncture. It's either going to be some version of eco-socialism or some version of fascism. The center cannot hold.
It cannot hold. And what has happened is that people have lost hope in it. That's why America is exploding. That's why there are already 250 mass killings, more than this year. That's more than we have days this year. And that the homicides and suicides and addiction and stealing and rape, they're all up because people are going mad. And they either have a choice to unite and fight back, as they are in unionizing drives and political movements, or just lash out, because the thing they believed in, that American dream, is dead. That if you work hard, you'll get ahead in life as long as you're white and male. And the majority were whites at that time. But now, no, the biggest employers track you with a tracking device, and you can't stop for a minute. The biggest employer is Walmart, and then comes Amazon, and then come the call centers, huge centers, and then come fast food. You can work your ass off. You might get to be a manager, but not make very much more, and you still have horrendous hours. That dream is gone, and people are left without one, and we don't have a left to capture people's political rage, so it comes out much more personally. If you're upset,
Interesting. When you think of Walmart or Amazon, or a fast food restaurant, you can move up, not get more money, but get more power over other individuals. They're offering you power in lieu of money. It's what we offer our police. We offer them power over other.
Well, the police don't have power over the people who really make the decisions. But of course, they offer you a managerial position. Chris Smalls was an assistant manager before he started the Amazon labor union drive. They offer you a little bit more money. That's it. And some more ability to boss people around. But it really is not a compensation.
Right.
The hope would be working together and being able to say, yes, we can do it together, counting on one another and feeling our power instead of powerless and lashing out, which is happening all over this country. And
now, you speak of the union movement and Chris Smalls and Starbucks and this new wave of unionization. Jeff Bezos and Schultz, the head of Starbucks, have paraphrased Andrew Jackson, who famously said to, I think, Chief Justice Taney, "You made your ruling, Judge, now go enforce it." And while these Starbucks shops have voted to join a union, Mr. Schultz refuses to recognize the NLRB. He refuses to recognize the United States government. Right. Jeff Bezos will not negotiate with Christian Smalls. The NLRB, our government says this is now a union warehouse. You must negotiate. And they are taking a page from Andrew Jackson's playbook and saying, NLRB, you've made your ruling, go enforce it. They fancy themselves as Andrew Jackson. Schultz and Bezos.
Jackson, they bought the place. They fancy themselves as the rulers of America because they are. Let's face it, our representatives are mainly bought off. I looked up the statistics, it blew my mind. There are 535 Congress representatives and senators together. There are 12,137 lobbyists whose full-time job is to push those representatives into a profitable situation for the people who hired them. It's overwhelming. We've lost. And on some level, like Leonard Cohen's song, everybody knows. Everybody knows. And it just is a question of recognizing that we can do something about it.
And again, I'm going to just jump in to say, isn't it a shame that at least on rhetoric, Trump and the right wing is using more populist type rhetoric and language? Now, they don't mean it, to be sure.
No, they don't, but they use it.
But they use it. Like, this is what's frightening to me. Democrats are going to get their clocks cleaned because they have no idea what their actual, or the neoliberals don't. Like, they are misplaying this historic moment profoundly. And it's like, I am frightened by this fascist movement.
Yes, I am frightened by
excuse me for 1 second. Will the neoliberals lose if the Republicans and the fascists take over?
Yes, they will, because they'll have some control over them. However, what happens is that you have two capitalist parties. The Democrats are not willing to do what needs to be done, which is, for example, Biden could get the young people if he canceled college debt, but then the banks would be displeased with him because the kids owe a lot of loans. He could decide to go to the FDA, tell the FDA they have to authorize abortion pills over the counter in the United States. He has that power. He also has the power to make price controls, to have an excess profits tax. He could do like Nixon, hardly a radical, who made a wage price freeze. He could make a price freeze.
He could use executive power to declare a climate emergency.
Always, if he made a price freeze, He would offend the corporate donors who are the employer class because they're the ones who set the prices and are gouging people. He could have an excess profits tax on the oil industry that has done so wonderfully as everybody's hurting for gas, but he doesn't do anything. What they are willing to do, the Republicans are willing to promise everything, even though they won't deliver, and to talk to ordinary people about their suffering. But both are corporate parties, and the Democratic Party is doing so little. They made Juneteenth a holiday, but it doesn't cost them economically to do so. And they're not doing anything to solve the basic problems. They have Powell. They say, we count on Powell to control who's the head of the Federal Reserve to control inflation. Hey, Powell was hired by Trump. I'm sure he'd like to see you fail on that. All they'd have to do is a wage price freeze, or at least a price freeze. Whereas Mélenchon, who just won wildly, Macron is going to be stymied. He can't get his bills through because the majority of the seats, he has a scarce majority. He can't get anything through. And Mélenchon's proposal is a price freeze and across the board interest increase in wages. Okay, that would go over big, but then he would offend the capitalists. I think they're tied. Someone like Biden, who, let's face it, he comes from a state whose biggest industry is tax write-offs by having corporations be there. He also voted against Anita Hill. This is not a radical fellow, but he's not going to go somewhere that offends corporate America because then they won't contribute to the Democratic coffers on which they are dependent. And so they're paralyzed. And they're paralyzed in France too. They're now losing in the Ukraine. They lost 4 wars, now they're losing in the Ukraine, but they've sold a lot of armaments. And the Democrats aren't saying that.
And again, I just agree with Dr. Fraud. It's because, if I don't think of myself as a ultra leftist. What I do have, though, is an analytical framework for understanding how the world operates. And how I understand the world operates is a capitalist political economy. And in the United States, white supremacy and a settler colonial history, and a heteropatriarchal power over dominating framework. And you see, for me, that's like glasses, right? Like once you understand all of that, everything in this country makes sense. The problem is if you don't understand those things, almost everything will be confusing to you because we're taught liberty, justice, equality, democracy, except for none of that stuff actually happens, right? This is why to me, it is actually profoundly liberating to have honest conversation about the intersection between a capitalist political economy, a white supremacist culture, a heteropatriarchal domineering culture, and a settler colonial history. Now, here's the thing. Most of us want the same thing. And if we actually were serious about a true democratic republic where ordinary people were empowered to have agency over their lives and could participate in a meaningful way with how the society operated, we would win. Now, would all of the things that I want happen? No, like the polling data is clear, but the polling data is equally clear. Like no matter how you slice it, if you talk about healthcare as a fundamental human right, it's a supermajority. If you talk about the need to address the climate crisis, it's a supermajority. If you talk about bringing the police under control and stop killing Black and brown people, again, a supermajority. On almost all issues, things that we would call progressive or liberal are supermajority. Not all, but most of them, we have supermajorities. The problem is we, the people, don't actually govern in this country. We have a capitalist society.
It's the best government money can buy. That's the trouble. You need billions to run for president. You need millions to run for all the other offices, except city council, which in New York is becoming very radical because you don't need a huge war chest. But really, it's bought and sold. And, you know, China has a lot of awful stuff and a lot of controlling dictatorial stuff, but they are very, very much regulating their capitalists. And so, although they are harsh about it, they've had 20,000 people killed by COVID. We've had 1 million. And they're a country with 1 billion, I think it's 373,000, but it's over 1 billion people. We have 350 million people and 1 million people dead. So on the basic things that we all care about, like decent health care, being able to live, they're outstripping us because we're hobbled by having to appease capitalist profiteers and having our representatives, 535 of them, being lobbied by 12,137 lobbyists who often write the legislation. It's bought and everybody knows it. It's a question of believing we can make it different. That's the big thing. And that's what Mélenchon achieved. That's what they achieved in Colombia. That's what they achieved in Argentina when they have abortion law supported by indigenous people, the labor movement, the feminist movement, of course, and the socialists. That's what they won in Chile when the socialists won. These are historic things. And what America has been so hurt by is the anti-communism that made anything leftist suspicious. And yet, because of the necessity of changing this, that is changing. Marjorie Taylor Greene still calls everybody a communist, but it doesn't work well. You know, that there is an enormous opportunity here. We just have to get people together under a common banner, the way Mélenchon did in France, which is wild. They always said the left will never unify. It did. It's astonishing. And now they have the most seats outside of, you know, Macron. And they want to have a Mélenchon to be the prime minister. So the president will not get along very well with the prime minister, and he won't be able to get his bills through. They'll be working on bills like price freeze, wage profit, and wage raise. Amazing. It's just amazing. And in Colombia, where they just won the presidency, the vice president is a Black woman who was a cleaner and not afraid to say so. I'm proud to say she worked hard. There's a whole changing. It isn't assumed that because somebody owns a business, he knows how to regulate anything or manage everything. Most businesses fail. It's assumed if you worked hard and are in the union, you'll be very helpful. So that we have to learn from these other countries. There's, people know it's finished. They really know. And either they're in despair or denial. Prosperous people can afford denial, or starting to do something about it. And that's where the Chris Smalls and the Starbucks union standing up. And for the first time, they announced today, Apple workers at an Apple store organized into a union. Grinnell College, every worker at Grinnell College is in a union. All the tech workers and the student workers, the graduate students are in unions in the whole University of California system. This is amazing. And that is the hope, I think.
Again, they voted to go union.
Yes.
That doesn't mean Apple will recognize the United States government.
Yeah, except that then what do people do about it?
Well, should we boycott Starbucks? I mean, we tell people not to shop at Amazon
Right.
on the show.
Well,
Is it time to say, don't go to Starbucks? I think it is. I've stopped going to
might be if the
Starbucks.
unions at Starbucks advise that. Also, they have had a huge drain on their customers because they're so anti-union. And it's been publicized. The head of Starbucks fired a woman who was a union organizer. And he said, no, she was not fired because she was a union organizer. And she wasn't even fired at all. She just had a strong talking to, but she taped it. She taped him firing her for her union activity. And it went all across Starbucks. It was very helpful. They are going to have to. They need workers. That's the problem. We create their wealth. And they are going to have to listen. And the more workers get together and threaten a general strike where everything closes down, the more we'll show our muscle. That's what they do in France and Germany when the transportation workers go on strike, the teachers walk out, the subway stops, the electricity stops, the gas stops, because those big unions are communist unions, and also because they're in solidarity. And that's what our hope is.
Starbucks is threatening that if you vote to unionize, it will jeopardize any gender-affirming health care. That's what came out last week.
I guess that's just his threat.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no way that they can get away with that if they have to negotiate a contract with all these people, because part of it can be that gender transformation is part of the medical package that has to be guaranteed, because they can declare whatever they want. If the people who make their money won't go along with it, they can't do it. And
right.
The American workers are just waking up to that. You know, they told Chris Smalls that what he was doing would definitely fail. It didn't.
Now, you are a founding mother of
the Women's Liberation Movement, second wave.
So, according to Bloomberg, Starbucks has let Roseanne Williams, president of their North American division, go. She's stepping down. She's been there for about 20 years. This is a female president of Starbucks North American division. She's being let go because of, as you mentioned earlier, her acrimonious relations with union organizers.
Right.
And she's now being replaced by Sarah Trilling, who is going to continue her fight against unions. I was reading about, in the New York Times, they were, I think his name is Ron Lieber, he was interviewing these mutual funds, the heads of two mutual funds who only invest in companies that help the planet. And one of the women who runs this investment firm said, the first place to start we look for companies that are run by women. If the company is run by a woman, then we know to invest in it because it's going to improve the lives of others. Your thoughts on investing?
I don't think that's so. I mean, Margaret Thatcher was a woman, although my British friend said she was a man in drag. That's because my British friend was a feminist and didn't want to acknowledge that. Hillary Clinton's a woman who would sell other women out on a dime and certainly ignored her husband's predations on women. Look, just because you have a vagina doesn't mean you're going to be a progressive person. However, women, because we have been more discriminated against, are often more sensitive to other people, just as Black people who have been terribly discriminated against also tend to be more progressive, but not always. You have the Herman Cains.
You were there at the creation of second wave feminism.
Yes,
Did you think you would produce women who would turn on the poor?
Well, we were very naive, and we felt because we were at the bottom of the heap, if we stood up, everybody'd have to come with us. But we didn't imagine that the CIA would put Gloria Steinem in our movement and give us Ms. without ads. We were so stupid, we didn't say, gee, where did she get the money? And they made it a gender-only movement. That was a CIA, FBI initiative. What we wanted was to bring up everyone so that men and women and everyone and of all colors and genders and so on could have a chance in life in our wealthy country. What Clinton and what Steinem wanted was equality within a system of ever increasing inequality among the poor and the rich. We didn't imagine that, so that we were very limited, and we didn't emphasize the class aspect, because there are corporate feminists like Hillary Clinton who want to allow women to assume equal positions at the top of a horrendously unequal hierarchy that promotes inequality. And to have some Black people in those positions to oppress other Black people, and so on. We didn't imagine that. We were very limited. We now can see the danger now that the fox has grabbed the chickens, you know.
Right.
But
Before
that's what we had in mind. We were leftists.
Right. I want to ask you before you go about mental health, but first, I like to name check the enemy. Starbucks is run by Howard Schultz. His name is Howard Schultz. He has a $40 million penthouse here in New York City. His name is Howard Schultz. He's a union-busting billionaire, and no matter how much he talks about equity and climate change, he is a fraud.
Right.
Roseanne Williams, her name is Roseanne Williams. She was president of North America Starbucks. After 20 years, she is stepping down because she was exposed to be anti-union and breaking NLRB rules. She is being replaced by Sarah Trilling, whose new job is to destroy the unions at Starbucks. Her name is Sarah Trilling, and General Counsel for Starbucks, Rachel Gonzalez, has been fired by Howard Schultz as they continue to complain inside about the failure to stop the union effort. I will never step foot in a Starbucks until they negotiate with they're not negotiating with the unions, even though they are in violation of the law. They do not recognize the American government. They are separatists.
Yes, they are taking executive privilege, and we'll see if they can get away with it. But we actually have the power in our numbers. And of course, these people all profess liberalism. In the gay community, they call them rainbow capitalists. You know, they show the rainbow flag, and all they care about is profit, and they'll sacrifice anybody.
Right.
But, you know, I think people are...
Let's talk about mental health. Let's talk about how, because I before you go, and I know you wanted to talk about this, the empire
is falling.
Is falling. What does that do to our mental health? Because I've noticed over the weekend, I was sleeping a lot, and I was thinking, why am I feeling so down? And I thought, I'm surrounded.
Dying empire.
Yeah. So what does this do to us?
Well, in the first place, it means that the hope that you grew up with, that's gone. It's over. The party is over. We looted the world to give our people a slightly better standard of living. There were jobs, there were opportunities, particularly if you were a white male, but even if you weren't, you could always get a job. That's gone. People's jobs are terribly oppressive. They are being trained as adjuncts to a robot. You know, there's even a fast food joint, Freshies, in the South, where you put your order in at the drive-up window. It goes to a robot that then fixes the order so that you have no human contact. The lack of trust, the lack of human contact, the lack of hope is enervating. People are tired. People are angry. They're losing their country, and it's out of control. The guy at the head of the country can't deliver. There's fascists who would beat you up in a New York minute. Things are collapsing. We have the most deaths in the world relative to population. And the most populous country, China, has 20,000 deaths to our million. We're losing. And you have a sense of loss, and you don't have a sense of, okay, there is a hope, there is a party, there is one place for us to go to, and we will win. That's what that coalition did for people in France and in Colombia. Yeah. And so that there hasn't been a force to unify us and inspire us. And we see just misery. I mean, I live in Stuytown, which is a wonderful place to live. If I leave Stuytown on 14th Street, I see such desperation. People selling whatever kind of expired goods they have to put out on the sidewalk for cheap. People sleeping. People, kind of bleary-eyed from drugs. It's a disaster. And it's very sad. And it can get us down because we don't have a unified place to put our hope and energy.
And we're being told that the economy is stronger than ever, that there's a threat of recession, but we're doing great, more jobs. He's producing jobs, and the stock market, little, well, a 20% bear market off these record highs is not,
no, it's not terrible. But on the other hand, there was exposed on the internet a note between Jamie Dimon, head, I think, of J. Morgan Chase, and the head of Goldman Sachs, saying an economic hurricane is coming. Batten down the hatches. They have no need to pretend. This is a disaster. We're losing the war, spend billions arming people in what was a suicidal and stupid effort. And Americans are terrified, and the fascists are taking advantage of this. It's very scary. And the armaments industry is just another example that capitalists have bought off our legislative representatives, and they will not spare us, so that an 18-year-old can come into the store and buy 2 AR-15 automatic weapons, which they are not for sale to customers in any other country in the world. And that's because we are held hostage by these capitalists, by the gun manufacturers, and by the big military industrial complex. And the cops are being hired to put the lid on it, which they can't. They really can't. And
which begs the question, why aren't the cops saying to the NRA, why are you giving weapons to our enemy?
Well, the cops are against the NRA, and they make statements all the time, but they don't control the legislators either. It's the people at the top who do. It's the gun manufacturers, not the cops. They're working class thugs.
We love Dr. Harriet Fraad. She is a mental health counselor, hypnotherapist. She practices in New York City, founding member of the feminist movement, as well as the journal Rethinking Marxism. She hosts Capitalism Hits Home, and she has a show on Pacifica Radio Wednesdays at 2:30.
Except this week because they have fundraising, but usually at 2:30, interpersonal update. And I am part of a team that has a program, a podcast called It's Not Just in Your Head. And I do that with Liam Tate and Ikoi Hiro.
Fantastic. We love you. Thank you. We hope to see you next week. I had a week off.
Yes, and you deserved it. This is great.
Thank you. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Dr. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let us now go to San Francisco, the San Francisco Bay Area, where Peter B. Collins is standing by. He is a Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer. And if you, by the way, have any questions in the Zoom audience, submit them in the Q&A, and we'll spend the last 5 minutes for audience questions. I want to talk to you about the Democrats losing the House, probably the Senate, how Biden's latest moves are probably making them worse, price gouging by U.S. oil companies, and his going off to Saudi Arabia to kiss MBS. Where do you want to start, Peter B. Collins? It's good to see you. I've had a week off.
Well,
so
it's lovely to see you, David, and I enjoyed a little break as well. And I joined Dr. Fraud in congratulating you on taking a break. Since I came into your orbit, I haven't seen you even pause to go to that cabin in the Adirondacks or to go out to, party on Long Island. So you went to Washington, D.C. Did you get to the Air and Space Museum?
I've been advised I cannot comment in an ongoing criminal matter.
But what? I didn't ask about that. I asked about tourist things. Did you get to the Hirshhorn Gallery? That's my favorite art museum. Taxpayer supported.
Without, I think I'm allowed to say this. When I was in jail, I was worried about somebody because they didn't know where I was. And I turned to my fellow comedy writer and I said, I can't even enjoy jail. I can't even enjoy the terror of being locked up in our penal system. I can't relax. I'm worrying because somebody doesn't know where I am at this point. Couldn't even enjoy prison. That's how I need a vacation.
Now you're in prison verbally because you can't talk about it. And so I promise you I will not torture you further with questions about your vacation. But I look forward to when the cuffs are off, the bail is posted, and you can tell us the full story.
Have you ever been in jail?
No. I have never been. I have visited prisons hundreds of times. And San Quentin is the one where I've been 150 times, but they have never asked me to spend the night, David.
They never said stay. You went to San Quentin 150 times.
Sure, yeah. It's 3 miles from where I live. I can almost see it from our deck. And I know a lot of people who have been stuck there.
And it's not pleasant.
It's not, but the human ability to adapt to the most ugly conditions is something that I find just truly remarkable. And the apex of that is I have interviewed 4 or 5 men who spent more than 10 years at Guantanamo. And they are appropriately angry at their mistreatment, but they are not bitter people. And when I have apologized to them on behalf of thinking people in this country, they tend to brush it off and just say, you didn't do it. I'm pissed at Rumsfeld, Bush, name your
but we did
actor.
do it. But we have done it. The carelessness of not really understanding solitary confinement. My suggestion to everybody listening is to go into a closet and pretend you don't know how much longer you're going to be stuck in there. And just play a trick with your brain. I'm stuck in this closet and I'm at the mercy of, or have somebody play the game with you and see how quickly it takes you to lose your mind. And we treat solitary confinement in this country as though it's a way to protect prisoners.
Well, and
And this
David,
court-
at San Quentin, the rules are that the most you can be in solitary is 30, maybe 60 days. There's an old Humble Pie song, 30 days in the hole. But the Guantanamo in California, and it
Well,
has
hang on for 1 second.
Yeah.
Could you last an hour in solitary confinement?
If I knew it was only an hour, yes.
I could not. We are social animals.
Yeah.
You don't realize how dependent we are on others until you're isolated.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of no other country, isn't solitary considered a human rights violation by the UN?
Mm-hmm. So the lowest of the low in the dungeons of California is the Supermax prison up north of Eureka near Crescent City. And that's where they have the notorious SHU, the Security Housing Unit, which are these pods of maybe a dozen solitary cells. And in the center at the core is where the guards watch them. And it's also where there's a small exercise area. It's the size of a single car garage. And there were men who were sentenced to solitary at the SHU for up to 20 years without a break. And this was done because they refused to make up shit about other prisoners and snitch on them. And it was typically because they wouldn't say that this dude over here is a member of a certain gang. And sometimes it's because the retaliation from the gang was worse than solitary. Sometimes it was like the guys at Gitmo, they didn't have that information. And making it up would make things even worse for them. And so I give credit, the Center for Constitutional Rights, based in New York, joined advocates in California, and they forced a major change when Jerry Brown was governor. And I believe it's now a maximum of 30 days that you can be held in solitary, and they have limited the offenses that get people thrown in the lockup.
But even 30 days, I mean, any solitary confinement is torture.
Well, I agree with that. But again, the resiliency of people, let me tell you about,
you of all people, you remind me, I love you and I'm teasing you. You remind me of the woman who stood up at George Bush's town hall when he was running for re-election and said she had 4 jobs. And he said, isn't she great? Isn't that great? He has 4 jobs.
Well, my friend Dennis Jones was wrongfully convicted. He was sentenced to 7 to life. And I got involved trying to help him win parole when he was down at the 18-year mark. And it took us 5 years to get Dennis paroled. And it is my greatest personal achievement. I pulled in every contact, every favor. I got B.B. King to perform a benefit concert to raise money to pay the lawyers. And so at that 18-year mark, I said to Dennis, you know, you were sentenced to an indeterminate length of time, 7 to life. You have made 15 trips to the parole board and been turned down every time. And he said, look, just give me a date. He said, I don't care if it's 10 years from now. Give me a date. And his phrase was, I can start whacking away at it. And it is the indeterminate sentence, the being in solitary and not knowing when the door would open and you would be let out. That is the most brutal thing we can do to break a fellow human being.
We all deserve, all of us, every American deserves a night in jail. Every American should experience a night in jail. And then you can decide whatever you want. Come out after spend one night in jail, and then you can think whatever you want.
Well, you never thought you'd be a member of a club with Paul Pelosi.
I think Paul Pelosi was treated, well, first of all, I can't comment, but Paul Pelosi was drunk and crashed his car into another car, endangering the life of somebody, and killed his older brother by driving.
Not in this episode. Nobody died.
No. When he was a teenager.
Oh, I don't know that story.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi's husband killed his older brother because he was driving carelessly in his late teens. One would think after such an experience, after killing your older brother, you would get behind a wheel of a car more judiciously. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah. No, I did not know that story. So I apologize for being flip about that. I was referring to his most recent case in the Napa Valley, where he was in a collision. We don't have any details on who caused it. And so far, we don't have a blood alcohol report.
If you're drunk and you crash a car, isn't that different from just driving drunk?
I would guess that you would be more culpable for causing the accident if it can't easily be determined. But I don't know.
Okay. Well, speaking of the Pelosi family, let me give you some interesting, let's play a game. Who do you think is the least popular person in Washington?
That would be Nancy.
You would think, right?
Yeah.
You're close. It's Mitch McConnell. But you're close.
I would need to see the breakdown of the respondents to that poll.
Right. It's real clear politics. They do the average of approval ratings. How bad is Howie Klein was on earlier, and he was saying it may not be as bad as we think it's going to be in the Senate. He says the January 6 hearings might be moving the needle for the Democrats, surprisingly. What are your thoughts?
I haven't seen any indication that people who need to be persuaded by the January 6th hearings are even paying attention. And these people are so, they really are brainwashed by Trump. And so when he denies it all and, says that it's a witch hunt, it's total projection. He is blaming the Democrats for the crimes that he has committed. He is trying to paint the Democrats as election riggers and manipulators, when we've got this incredible evidence like the tape of the phone call to Georgia on January 3rd.
Right. Unbelievable that they just don't lock them up for that.
Yeah. So let me just offer the snapshot here that tomorrow the Supreme Court is likely to release one of its very controversial decisions. Either, and I'm not going to try to predict the extent of these, but we know that they're going to nibble away at Roe versus Wade, if not overturn it outright and just leave it to the states. The other big controversy is the New York concealed weapons law. And take a look back at the Citizens United case, which was a very narrow case about disclosure of the people who paid for a Black documentary about Hillary Clinton. When the Supreme Court got that case, it turned into corporate personhood. The issue was not before the court. And they
were
just
fishing for it.
Say again?
They were fishing for a case that would give.
They're activist judges. We've always been told to be afraid. Conservatives have told us, be afraid of liberal activist judges. but they are activists who will take a case and rewrite it, reshape it to fashion the result that they want. And so the gun decision that's going to come down, I believe, is going to legalize concealed carry nationwide. I think it's going to attempt to preclude efforts to even put a 21 age requirement on people purchasing semi-automatic weapons. I think that it will avoid, try to limit, if not delete, any ability to require training, registration, or anything else. It's going to be this originalist concoction based on what the people who wrote the Constitution knew about guns back in 1776. And so
how can you expect these people to interpret the Second Amendment when they can't even interpret the Heller decision?
Yes. Well, and the Democrats just went soft on the Heller decision. And I realize it's very difficult to, pass a constitutional amendment. But, I heard Obama within months after the Heller decision, just laying down and accepting it. And so this has a long history of democratic passivity. And if the court does, as I'm expecting, make this decision on gun rights, it's going to be an incredible shooting gallery from coast to coast. And David, I learned this earlier today. I was watching CNN while I had a little lunch, and the court is planning to release these controversial decisions on the internet. There will not be a typical gathering at the court where all the justices are there and they announce the decision and who voted how, and they read the majority opinion and they read the dissenting opinions. They're not going to do that. And so they are becoming even more remote. They're blaming, of course, that guy who flew out and called the cops, said, don't let me shoot Brett Kavanaugh. And they've
so now we have to pay. Congress had to pass legislation to protect our Supreme Court justices from getting shot. Seems more efficient to just overturn the Heller decision.
Well, I'd be all over that, David.
They're so worried about their protection. We have to pay for the Supreme Court's protection from getting shot. But as for us,
but they are increasingly remote and less accountable. And this is a recipe for civil war, revolution, something along those lines. And the Democrats are hoping that these rulings are just bad enough that we avoid bloodshed, but that it causes Democrats to show up and vote in November. And I'm not optimistic about that. I'd love to be proven wrong. I'd love to see where political leaders on the non-right get their shit together and develop messaging and compelling candidates. But it's already baked into the cake. The Democrats allowed AIPAC to take progressives out during the primaries. We only have moderates, including Second Amendment moderates, running for Democratic seats this fall. The party faithful is stuck with trying to, put some defense around the one seat majority in the Senate with, re-electing people like the astronaut, Mark, I'm searching for his last name.
Kelly.
Yes, Kelly from Arizona. And I understand the tightrope he has to walk, but he has exhibited moments of Mansionism, of cynicism, where he recognizes that he has a pivotal vote on certain issues, and he uses it to move things to the right, not to the left. But we can't afford to lose Mark Kelly or Maggie Hassan or Cortez in Nevada, who's running against the grandson of Paul Laxalt, one of Reagan's cronies. And Adam Laxalt is full MAGA. And so I think that the Democrats need to get real and real fast. And Joe Biden mouthed the words last week that the oil companies are gouging American consumers. But there was no follow-up, and therefore I am going to
Right.
investigate them, order the Justice Department to claw back their egregious profits. There is talk, but the Biden White House is moving slowly about using the presidential power under the Defense Production Act to force the oil companies to increase refinery output, because they are using every lever at their disposal to gouge us and gouge us deeply. We also need to look at the influence on inflation of real estate. It's been completely off the radar, but people have been, and this is not, it's bad in California, but this happened all across the country last year, where people were buying houses in a frenzy, paying 25% premiums. That is inflation. And it also has the effect of locking out the people who had just saved enough money for a down payment before interest rates went up. And so we are in a deep downward spiral. And the Democrats, aren't even using what's available to them to try to make life a little better. And to see Joe Biden, who, had forceful comments about the murder of Khashoggi, who, by the way, was not a Washington Post columnist. He was a contributor. He was an opinion writer who was trying to dance between his American instincts and his Saudi ethnicity legacy. At any rate, Biden made these strong comments, that, kind of like Trump, well, he's not going to be my friend. And so now he's going to go to Saudi Arabia, and in video conferences with MBS has not agreed to increase production. So how much will Biden have to grovel to get Saudi Arabia to open the spigot further, which would presumably lower prices, except the oil companies still have ways of extracting egregious profits, even when the spot market price goes down. There's a meme on Facebook that's being widely circulated that in March of this year, when oil was well under $100 a barrel, we had lower prices. And we know that the crude that they've been processing since the war in Ukraine started was already in their tanks or in their tanker ships. And they just jack up the price. And so this ineffectiveness by both the White House and the Democrats on the Hill, and their idea that they can, reclaim Trump voters through these wimpy little moves that they make, and by ratcheting up rhetoric that doesn't match policy. It's not boding well, David.
No. Not the right president for this time.
No, he's not.
We have to wrap it up. It's good to see you. I was saying to Howie Klein, I knew that Biden was going to be a disappointment, but I figured he was smart enough to put some numbers on the board, that he could get some incrementalist jabberjockey passed.
Mm-hmm.
Something just to make it look, some cosmetic legislation.
Well, they can't even get this useless red flag legislation, which is only a resolution with some money. All right. So it says Washington will reward states that pass a red flag law. But to my knowledge, there are no details to what it has to contain, how it has to work, and whether it would be effective. So it's total window dressing. And it is because they are desperate to just do something, anything. And somehow they think that's going to pacify the Democrats who in Los Angeles, with a contested mayor's race, only participated at a rate of 25 to 28%. And so the Democrats have checked out, Democratic voters have checked out on the Democratic Party, and the party does not seem to be getting the message.
In his address, that candlelit address after the shooting in Uvalde, he said, we have to ban assault weapons. But if we can't do that, at least let's agree to raise the age to which you can buy them. That's his big speech, his primetime speech. We have to get rid of assault weapons. But if we can't, well, boy, nothing inspires Americans more than, but if we can't do this, I have plan B.
Yeah.
He's a disgrace. He really is a disgrace. I'm rooting for him, but he's a disgrace. Not as bad as Trump, but may end up doing more damage to this country than Trump.
I'm afraid you're right, because the unchecked inflation is increasing the poverty level at a time when things were actually starting to improve a little bit. And, you know, the Democrats take credit for lifting X million children out of poverty, and they were able to do it for 6 months. They don't talk about those children have been returned to where they were before those payments started.
Yeah. He was sold to us as the great communicator, that he'll feel our pain. He'll message properly. He can't even be a fraud. He can't even be a faker. Can't even do that right. He is a disgrace. Joe Biden is a disgrace. Peter B. Collins is not. Go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of the man's interviews and conversations. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to talk about Julian Assange, who will be coming to America, unfortunately.
Well, there are a couple of more appeal possibilities, but they're very slim. And yes, he will. And that's an even greater disgrace. And let me just amend your litany that, you know, Biden has been disgraceful on Assange, on Venezuela, now on Saudi Arabia. There is going to be a new government in Israel, but he will go there and support the most extreme elements in Israeli politics. And the list goes on and on. And it's very hard to watch. So let me say thank you and adieu. And Adnan, thanks for switching today. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Rahima.org. Well, I want to ask Adnan a quick question about Rahima. Is your parents' foundation, located in Silicon Valley, starting to receive any Afghan refugees from the exit that was bungled last August?
It is, yes, indeed, located in the South Bay of the Bay Area. And of course, the East Bay and South Bay are home to one of the largest Afghan exile diaspora communities in the world, really. And they have, in fact, actually started receiving a few people who have come recently in the last several months. from Afghanistan post pullout or soon after or around that time. So there has been a new wave. I wouldn't quite call it a wave the way, the 1980s were a big wave, but there have been noticeably new Afghan refugees arriving to the area because there was already an established Afghan community. So they have networks and connections. And so many people who have, come as refugees are settling in the South Bay and have made, contact with Rahima Foundation. So do support rahima.org. You can go make a donation there, and you can help people who are arriving in dire need from the disasters that have been perpetrated by 20 years of US war, and even before that, by a couple of decades of disorder, partly caused by the US waging a proxy war through the Afghans against the Russians. So that country has been devastated. Millions of people have been made refugees over the course of those 40 years. And you can help out at least a few of them resettle and get themselves back on their feet in the South Bay.
And Adnan, I'm reluctant to get into a kind of comparative misery analysis, but it's fair to say that Ukrainians are getting much broader support from many more nations than those who were made refugees due to our occupation of Afghanistan.
Unfortunately, that is the case, that there's often less attention to the plight of people who are victims of US war and aggression and occupation. But I think in many ways you have to acknowledge, or we should all acknowledge, that we have a much greater responsibility towards those people, which isn't to say that we shouldn't open up our homes and countries to anybody who's fleeing war and all of the cataclysms around the world. But I would say that we do have a special responsibility since we are involved in a much more direct way. But it is true that there hasn't been as much attention since the pullout from Afghanistan to, the unfortunate plight of so many waves of refugees who have come from Afghanistan. And of course, 2014 was sort of the high point for these waves of, you might say, US war inspired or caused refugees from Iraq, Afghanistan. And that has sort of fallen off of the radar in people's consciousness as we deal with the ever-present news cycle dealing with the unfortunate problems that Ukrainians are experiencing as a result of the Russian invasion of their country. But I think we should spare a thought also for those that we are most directly responsible for because of our own military action.
Fully agree. Thank you, Adnan. Take it away, David.
Thank you, Professor Adnan Hussain. And thank you, Peter B. Collins. Great talking with you. Go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of this man's interviews, his podcasts, and his radio shows. I am always stunned by what you know and what you remember. Professor Adnan Hussain is host of Guerrilla History, as well as the Mudgeless podcast. At the end of this interview conversation, I'll ask you who your guests are. I want to see if we can do this. These are the topics, and I think we can do this. I first want to ask you about the French parliamentary election results. Dr. Harriet Fraad touched on them. Then I want to touch on Joe Biden's visit to the Middle East and how that affects Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Israel. Then I want to see if we can tackle Sweden joining NATO and how that relates to Charles, King of Sweden, and Peter the Great and Charles, King of Sweden, seeking asylum in Ottoman Moldova, and what that has to do with NATO, I suspect. And I think we can do it on this show. It's an ambitious.
This is the show to do it.
I think we can do it.
You're back from vacation. You're revitalized. We can take it all on.
We can take it all on. I know this audience can do this, that there is a link between Sweden joining NATO, Turkey not wanting Sweden to join NATO, and but let's start off easy and talk about the French parliamentary elections.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I wish it was clear, but in fact, actually, the outcome of the recent second round of France's legislative elections may have plunged the country into a period of real uncertainty and instability politically, whether there will be a governing coalition, who might comprise that, how much Macron, who easily won the most recent presidential elections and therefore was projected and expected to, saunter to a parliamentary majority and a mandate to put through some of the so-called reforms that are top of his legislative policy agenda, like, kind of workfare or training for welfare and reducing or rather extending the age of retirement and other sorts of so-called reforms that would help dismantle the welfare state to the extent that it has survived in France. Now he's going to have trouble getting through that agenda because two major developments took place. Let's start with the positive, which is that the left sort of union of parties under the leadership of Jean-Luc Mélenchon, who we had discussed was forging a kind of coalition to run candidates not in opposition to one another in various districts, but to figure out who would be from the socialists, the communists, the Greens, and his own France Unbowed party, who would be the candidates so that they wouldn't divide the left vote. And it seems to have worked fairly well in making his coalition, which is called the New Union, I guess, New Popular Ecological and Social Union, to be the largest grouping in opposition with 131 MPs. Now, there are 22 other parliamentary deputies from other scattered left parties that didn't quite join. They were independent ones, but they might be allies in this, which gives about 153 seats to the left, which had been declared dead ever since Francois Hollande terribly lost, the elections. I think was 2017, 2016. Anyway, it was utter collapse of the left.
He was the socialist.
He was the Socialist Party, leader. So this is important development. However, there are a lot of question marks about this. One, Mélenchon was hoping that they would get a majority for the left and therefore be able to have him be the prime minister, and that is head of the actual government, whereas the president is head of state and has other sorts of powers. But it would have been a cohabitation, as the French call it, when you had different parties with different agendas inhabiting these two principal executive positions. He didn't achieve that. So that's really unfortunate for Mélenchon's project. And it puts a lot of strain, because of the lack of a success to be able to form government, puts a lot of strain on this coalition that was already something of a motley coordinated coalition. And already there are signs that there will be divisions, and there are a whole range of policy divisions, but there might be political divisions now, because if you have 15 seats in the French parliament, you're a parliamentary group, which gives your party status, the ability to, have call hearings and You get certain kind of financing, you have rights to speak and representation on committees and so on. And the question is, will they remain under this union as a united opposition force and party, or will they all form their own parliamentary groups around their parties? And all of those four parties did, except for the communists, have managed at this point to have 15 of their own party members elected. So that's already going to be a problem. Mélenchon, before he consulted with anyone from among his coalition, announced today that he hoped that that's what would happen, is that they would remain a united opposition bloc. And I think partly because he didn't consult with anybody before he proposed this, there are signs that some of these other parties plan to form their own legislative party blocs, and we'll see whether they can coordinate in an integrated way. But the reason why that's important that they do is because of the second major outcome of this election, that is a stunning rise of Le Pen's far right from, below 15 in the previous parliament to now having about 90 seats in the House, which makes them really the third largest bloc, but it's much more united as a bloc than is the leftist union of parties. And so it's important for Mélenchon that they actually maintain their union in parliament, because otherwise they might not be the actual official opposition, which gives it a certain kind of status and political power to block things. If they don't coordinate, then it's very possible that Le Pen will be the opposition leader officially in parliament. So that's an important point, but it also
looking at the numbers, if you don't mind, and I posted. I looked at it. So I see the Noops, that would be Mélenchon's coalition. They have 131 seats.
That's right.
Other left parties have 22 seats. And then Macron's party has 245 seats.
Yes, it is the largest party, but it doesn't have enough to form government on its own because it didn't get a majority. It needed about 40 more seats in order to have a majority. So the question is,
when you look at the National Rally, that's Le Pen's.
Yes, that's Le Pen's, right?
They have 89 seats. As scary as Le Pen is, she has fascistic roots and tendencies. France is not tilting towards fascism. I mean, Macron is neoliberal, but he's not a fascist. And then the Noops are anything but. So France is not in any danger of tipping into...
Well, I mean, this is a good question. I mean, we can't read completely the tea leaf, but what we understand is that the reason why Macron decisively won in the second round. I mean, he was winning in the first round, but he didn't have a majority outright. But then he had a very strong majority in the second round, defeating Le Pen. Now, Le Pen was only about 460,000 votes ahead of Mélenchon to make it into that second round. But when it became a choice between Macron and Le Pen, the country overwhelmingly went for Macron to keep the far right out of the Élysée palace. So you're right that they didn't want to go tip to the far right. But in this election, once it was clear Le Pen would not be the president, then clearly it was an anti-Macron. It was an anti-Le Pen vote that coalesced around Macron in the presidential elections. But here the country is much more divided, and you have about 25-30% for the left union. You have a centrist. That's actually really a center-right, party that is, the dominant and majority. Is the largest, but not a majority. And you have a real breakthrough. This is the first time, really, almost ever, that the far right has had the ability to form a parliamentary group, or more than 15, seats in the House. And to have 90 is pretty substantial. it's much more than the Conservative Party, which rebounded a bit and might, join Macron in a governing coalition, since he's essentially center-right himself. They do have, he might try and split off the Conservative Party, the Republicans, helpfully, they're called the Republicans too, are kind of split between a kind of harder right that is anti-Europe and a more kind of corporate, liberal, pro-business right that is pro-Europe. And we might see that many of those deputies will move over and perhaps join the governing coalition. It'll be interesting to see whether Macron can convince them to help him form a coalition government, or if France is going to be governed on a case-by-case, bill-by-bill basis, where there will be votes, and if something will pass, if it can recruit enough from kind of the Socialist Party or the center-right Republican Party to join Macron. But what many observers think will happen is that Mélenchon will maintain an oppositional, disruptive stance to try and stop that kind of an agenda of raising the retirement age and gutting the welfare state and support for poor people and so on. And as a result, there might be stasis and paralysis, something that we in the US are kind of, very familiar with, which has not been common for France to have parliament unable to act because it's so divided and fragmented in these ways. And that as a result, perhaps this whole situation will only last for a few months or a year before Macron, who has the power as the president to call new elections and can do so at any time. So that's, I think, the situation.
Fantastic. Let's see if we can do this. I'm going to put a map. I always find looking at a map is a great way to explain world history. So this is a bad map. But Moldova is over here. Sweden is all the way up here, right? What does that have to do with Turkey, which is all the way down here, and Russia, which is all the way up here? How is that related to Sweden joining NATO? Why would there be centuries-old resentments between Turkey?
I'm not going to claim that these are completely centuries old and that the Ottomans, the current modern-day Turks, are harboring, grudges against the Swedes from the early 18th century, exactly. Though I think it is an interesting story, and one can see, the famous Swedish meatballs are actually Ottoman meatballs, and other aspects of culture. Excuse me?
At IKEA? What do I eat at IKEA?
Oh yeah, you probably have meatballs, Swedish meatballs. Yeah.
But that's Turkish food.
Yeah, they came from Turkey. Yeah. And the story here is that, well, firstly, the thing to do is to notice, yes, these are, disparate places on today's map. They're separated by a lot of geography. But of course, the political map of Europe was very different in the 18th century than it is today. And what we're dealing with during this period, particularly in the eastern part of Europe, northern and eastern and southeastern part of Europe, is the era of empires. So people are familiar, of course, with the Russian Empire, and the period that I'm interested in telling us a little bit about is the era of Peter the Great. Of course, the reason why we're thinking about him is because he's been invoked by Putin himself recently in the context of talking about, in his one of his more recent speeches, in talking about reaction to Sweden and Finland's hopes to join NATO. He's invoked Peter the Great, who was involved in a major war of expansion against Finland and Sweden, because the Swedish at the time had an empire that was expanding, throughout Scandinavia and in parts of Northern Europe. And so there was a major conflict between Sweden and the Russian Empire. And during this time, one of the major third forces was the Ottoman Empire that governed territories in what is today the Balkans, Bulgaria, the northern shore of the Black Sea. So they had a foothold in Crimea, and so there were geopolitical rivalries between the, Tsarist Russian Empire and the Ottomans. And during
I'm looking at a map here. Okay. Yeah. Moving south to north, I see Turkey, which ostensibly was the Ottoman Empire.
Well, see, that's the whole point, is that Turkey was part of the Ottoman Empire, but today's political geography of nation states bears somewhat little resemblance to what the political map looked like in the 18th century.
So it would have included Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova.
Greece, yes, Greece. That's right. Or parts of of Moldova, parts of what are today Ukraine, parts of what are today Russia, in fact.
So just looking, going south to north, the Ottoman Empire in the 1700s, I would assume, did not include Hungary. Is that correct?
Part of Hungary. I mean, up until the Battle of Mohacs. So in the 18th century, no, but in previous periods, parts of Hungary were. So in the 16th century, under Suleiman the Magnificent, there was maybe the apogee of the territorial extent of the Ottoman Empire, and that's famously when they were at the gates of Vienna, and so parts of Hungary were actually under the Ottoman Empire. But in the 18th century, you're right, yes, that is separate, and it's part of this Austro-Hungarian Empire, or the Holy Roman.
So going up, there's Romania, which I'm going to assume was protected by Austria-Hungary, but probably.
Yes.
But Moldova fell under Ottoman rule?
Yes, at least part of it did. Yes. So the coastal part. Yeah.
And did they make it? And Moldova is up against Ukraine. Did the Ottoman Empire make it into parts of Ukraine? I think you said
absolutely. Yes, indeed. All Crimea.
Right. Did they make it into Belarus, going further north?
No, that was too far north. They never extended quite that far. No.
Okay.
And we're only talking about the coastal area, really, of Ukraine, and Crimea, of course, is really very coastal. It's on the coast of the Black Sea.
And then heading north to south, you have Sweden and Russia, and you're saying Peter the Great is spreading down towards the Ottomans.
Yeah. And also northward towards, what is today Finland and Sweden. And it's, in fact, in 1709, the Swedish Empire was defeated by Peter the Great's Russians at the Battle of Poltava, which is now in Ukraine. So you can see that whole region was actually being contested by an empire centered around and based on, Swedish noble houses versus, the Russian Empire.
Wait a second. This is really interesting. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're saying Sweden fought the Russians in Ukraine.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Amazing.
Yeah. I mean, these areas and territories were very interconnected, and they were contested. These are sort of border zones between areas and spheres of control and interest in these imperial formations. I'm looking at the notes here. You have Charles, the King of Sweden. I never knew that there was a Charles, King of Sweden, who had imperial designs that stretched, That's right.
that stretched as far south as Ukraine. What did he want? How much did he want?
Well, what do all of these imperial rulers want is to enlarge the extent of their domains as far as possible and to be the dominant power in their region. So even if they don't completely politically control and incorporate territory of others, they want to exert influence in bordering areas so that, you know, their interests of trade and security are protected. So, you know, Charles the 12th was engaged in, you know, a number of wars during this period. After he lost this very fateful battle to Peter the Great in 1709, he petitioned the Ottomans for safe, asylum. He said he wanted to come for 8 days, you know, just to regroup and seek safety in, you know, Ottoman Moldova. Before then, you know, marshaling forces to either, return to Sweden or continue his battle and try and roll back Peter the Great's victory against his armies. But as it turned out, he ended up, and so the Ottomans accepted him, set him up in a palace there, put him on a big sort of retainer, hosted him. And he was a terrible house guest. He wouldn't go away. He ended up staying.
You know what they say in Sweden? They say guests are like surströmming, the fermented herring. After 8 days, they start to smell.
Start to smell, yeah. Well, it turned out, you know, instead of 8 days, he ended up staying for 5 years. Okay, and was insisting that he wouldn't go when the Ottomans told him he needed to, because of course this created diplomatic problems with the Russian Empire. And at a certain point, it wasn't possible to, the Ottomans ended up also getting embroiled. You know, they also had rivalries with the Russian Empire. Probably conflict would have happened sooner or later anyway, but it became, a source of conflict with the Russians and embroiled the Ottomans in, you know, their own military conflict with the Russian Empire during this period. And so I just was thinking about this story, you know, because one, it shows that the area that we think of as very separate culturally, that the Ottomans were really part of the concert of Europe, or at least these kind of imperial formations in the eastern part of Europe that had diplomatic relations with one another, had geopolitical conflicts, territorial conflicts, and that much of the map that we think of today based around nation states didn't make sense as recently as the 19th century, really, in this region. And secondly, I thought fancifully it might be, sort of funny to think of, contemporary Turkey's problems with Sweden joining joining NATO, as stemming from the terrible Swedish house guest in the Ottoman Empire, and the resentment that it ended up. They ended up having to expel him by sending an army to this castle there, and finally he relented. They had to send the Janissaries, the elite, Ottoman troops, backed by locals from the city of Bender in Moldova, to try and force Charles to actually go back to Sweden. I guess he was having a great time in Ottoman Moldova.
And Peter was no longer in Sweden? I mean, was it occupied?
Well, I mean, by 1719, this empire really collapses, and much of the territory was absorbed, at least for a time, under Peter the Great. I mean, of course, there are other vicissitudes later in the 19th century, where, the Russian Empire contracts with rebellions and wars, and of course Napoleon's wars, in the early 19th century don't help, and so we have a gradual weakening over the course of the 19th century of the Russian Empire.
Interesting, very interesting. So Sweden is going to join NATO, correct?
That certainly seems to be the plan. However, Turkey is presenting a problem, and they wanted this to be resolved very quickly and thought that they could mollify the Turks very easily and press them to agree. That hasn't happened yet. And in fact, Turkey is saying that at the next upcoming NATO summit, which is when they had planned to have this all be resolved, take a vote and have Sweden and Finland join, Turkey is saying that's far too soon to consider their request, and the demands that they have been making relate to sheltering, according to them, of terrorists, as they're called, who are part of the PKK, an organization that was a Kurdish leftist Marxist resistance group, and that these are declared, PKK has been declared by the US, by many other European countries, and of course Turkey, as a terrorist organization. And so they're using that to say that how can it be appropriate for a NATO member to be sheltering terrorists that NATO and Turkey and the US all agree are terrorists, to join a security pact when they will not cooperate and extradite these figures to Turkey. So this is a security question that Turkey is raising as a barrier to Finland and Sweden joining NATO. And so far, there hasn't been a clear resolution for this. What it has accomplished is delaying what had been intended to be a very quick entry and approval of these two countries.
So the historical analogy is Turkey, which was once the Ottoman Empire, doesn't want Sweden to provide asylum to Kurdish separatists.
Right.
And back in the 1700s, Russia didn't want Moldova, which was the Ottoman Empire, providing asylum to the King of Sweden. So it's almost similar.
Yeah, or at least there's a little bit of an analogy of how the diplomatic game pits people in these different circumstances. Right. Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
That's really interesting. Very good. Very interesting. Let's tackle one more difficult one. These are difficult. Do you have 5 more minutes?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. The Muslims in India are demonstrating against the Modi government. What does that have to do with the lost Persian Turkic history of India in 5 minutes? Or less?
Yeah, we'll cover about 3,000 years here. Well, I guess my main point here is that it's been very much in the news. I've talked about it fairly recently, about the condition of Muslims in India under the BJP or Hindu nationalist government, the levels of Islamophobia, suppression of political rights, and also these kind of religio-political identities being pitted against one another, as part of the, I think, horrors, frankly, of nationalism, and especially when they're bound and tied with religious identity. So we have religious and political nationalism, where a multi-religious, multi-ethnic, multilinguistic polity like India is being governed by a ruling party that has the nationalist ideology that links Hinduism and Hindu identity with Indian identity, and regards those who are of a different religion, and often as a result they are also characterized as of a different kind of non-Indian ethnicity, as foreigners, and they look at their history, in fact, the period of history before the British. They look at the British as only a later colonial and occupying power, and regard the Mughals and previous dynasties that ruled different parts of India. Most of them were Turkic peoples that had a Persian culture in their courts, as foreign occupiers, and therefore they try and write them out of their history in a way that makes it impossible or characterizes them as their descendants, or at least the people that they associate with them, that is Muslims today in India, as fundamentally not actually really Indians who don't deserve the same equal rights of citizenship under this nationalist ideology, and essentially as foreigners who don't belong and aren't really true Indians and citizens. And this is, of course, all exacerbated by the fact that during decolonization, the British partitioned India in order to create separate countries of India and of Pakistan, which had an East and a West Pakistan, as a homeland for Muslims. In other words, Muslim majority parts of the Indian subcontinent that were, kind of cut off and separated from the rest of India, which was a kind of its own Muslim nationalist statist ideology that only authorized the idea that, well, Muslims belong in Pakistan or Bangladesh and don't belong in India. So I think that there was a very interesting essay in an article in the Middle East Eye, a site that I think is a good one for people who are interested in reading up more on contemporary politics and culture and history of the Middle East, that was about the lost Persian history and the way in which we think of India as separate from Persia and the Middle East, but in previous eras of history, there has been a long couple of thousand years of historic interchange and close relationship between Persia and the Indian subcontinent. And
well, I'm looking at a map because geography is destiny, and when I think of Persia, I think of modern day Iran. Is that a fair?
This is, again, the tragedy of a short historical duration and the political geography of this modern era of nation states, is that we identify, just as you said, Persia is essentially Iran. Now, that might have been heartlands of the Persian empires.
So
where would it have been? Well, firstly, the capital of, say, the Sasanian Empire, which is the last pre-Islamic, Persian Empire that fought against the Byzantines and were great rivals for control of the Middle East between the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire and this Persian Sasanian Empire. Its capital was in today's Iraq, not so far from Baghdad, for example.
Okay, that makes sense. That I get.
But its territory stretched into what we think of as Central Asia. So if you look at Azerbaijan on one side of the Caspian Sea, and on the other side, if you go and see the major rivers, the Oxus and Jaxartes, they're also called the Sir Darya and Amu Darya, into what is today Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. This is part of the Persian world. Of course, Afghanistan, much of it, part of it is, Pashtun tribes, but others in the major cities of Kabul and Herat are part of this historic kind of geographical category of Khorasan that was Persian speaking and part of the Persian world, you might say. And this also really does include parts of northern India, and particularly because when Turkic tribal groups from Central Asia migrated west and sort of created the Seljuk empires and later the Ottoman empires, they also went, south into the Indian subcontinent and established there first the Delhi sultanates and then later the Mughal Empire. When Babur, who was a grandson of Tamerlane, who was the sort of great 14th century conqueror that reunited Central Asia, Persia, and the Middle East together. That's right.
Shakespeare.
That's
Marlowe
right.
wrote.
Timur Lang, or Tamerlane, as he's known, in his Xanadu, I guess. Yes. So Babur came and conquered parts of northern India and established the Mughal, or the Mongol, right? Because he's a Turco-Mongol descendant. the Mughal Empire. And so the fates and culture and politics of India and Central Asia and what we think of as Iran and Persia have been connected since the Achaemenid times. That is, since the groups of Cyrus the Great, the empire of Cyrus the Great, and the Persians who fought famously, in Herodotus's histories against the Greeks. Since that era, the Achaemenids, who had one of the largest world empires under Cyrus, were very closely connected with the Indian subcontinent since that time. And so I guess my point here is just to say that no world region, no current nation state existed or developed in isolation from other world regions and from neighboring peoples, and that our histories as peoples are of multi-ethnic, of multi-religious, of multi-linguistic contact and interchange all the way from ancient times to our era of globalization, and that we have to start thinking and understanding these more complex histories of contact and connection and of interchange if we were to imagine a kind of politics to get us around what I think is one of the great world problems that we're suffering, in modern history, which is the rise of nationalism that pits and breaks us up politically. When I don't think it's natural at all to think the idea of the nation state we take as natural, that of course every people should have a state. That's not natural in terms of the longue durée of history. That has seldom been the case. And in modern times, when it's been forged out of these multi-ethnic, cosmopolitan, multi-religious empires, whether it's the Russian, the Ottoman, the Austro-Hungarian, the Mughal, we are left with tragedy, division, and war. This is I think something that we're really suffering from, and history can sometimes be an antidote when approached in the right way to thinking about our identities and our political affiliations in a new, more complex way.
I would love to do a show, an hour, just looking at maps with you.
Oh yeah, maps are so fun. And what we need to do is we need to look at some historical maps as well. We start with the contemporary ones, and then you go back and you say, well, wait a minute, where is such and such country? It's like, well, its boundaries are totally different.
It would be unfair to the podcast listeners, so I would want to do it near the end of the show. But I think for our Zoom audience and the YouTube audience, to put maps up and have you explain the vast sweeps of history. Well, you know everything, so I'm going to ask you this. Explain this to me. This is Rob Reiner's latest tweet. It has 10.4 thousand retweets, 52,000 likes, and this is his latest tweet. It's simple: prosecute Trump or end democracy. Explain that to me, Professor Adnan Hussain, how that can get.
I think I can't explain that. That's inexplicable. But I think what's behind it is also quite simple, which is that perhaps the Democrats and Democratic establishment are worried that Trump will win the next election. So this is, the only way to stop that is to try and have him be ineligible by prosecuting him. I think, however, if they were to achieve that, they might get much worse in the bargain. I'm much more.
Who do you think is a bigger threat to democracy, Rob Reiner or Donald Trump? I think Rob Reiner. I think these Hollywood self-aggrandizing liberals like Rob Reiner, who support Biden, who are against Medicare for all, just busy tweeting against Trump while failing to provide for the 99%. I think Rob Reiner is a bigger threat to democracy than Donald Trump.
Certainly social democracy and economic democracy. I mean, if we think of democracy only narrowly as a political system involving regular elections, I think we're missing the real revolutionary force of democracy. which is to equalize power relations in society, in our workplaces, as well as in how we affiliate and relate to one another in political terms. So I wish Rob Reiner would understand that in some ways we have not had a democracy for many generations, if we ever had one, because we never democratized our society fully, and we never democratized our economy. And only very recently did we actually have, since the late 1960s, have anything even like a political democracy. And that was soon overtaken by corporate control, already by the mid-late 70s. So I guess he came to political consciousness in a lucky period where he enjoyed a sense of having full inclusion for a brief period of about a decade.
Right. Remember the Dixie Chicks movie, Shut Up and Sing?
Yeah, about what they were told when they raised their voices against Bush's illegal war against Iraq.
Yeah, I want to do a sequel about Rob Reiner and call it Shut Up and Shut Up Some More.
Catchy.
Shut up and shut up some more. Who's on? He is losing. He's the reason the Democrats lose. When he opens his mouth, people stop voting for Democrats. Who was on the Mudgeless podcast and who was on Guerrilla History?
Well, we're actually going to have very soon an upcoming episode on the Mudgeless with my former PhD student, Muhammad Abdu, about a book he just published called Anarchism and Islam, Reflections and Resonances. And it's getting quite a bit of attention. And so I'm going to be thrilled to have a chance to talk with him a little bit more about what that book is about. So look forward to that coming up in probably a week or 2 weeks.
And spell Mudgeless, please. Spell
Mudgeless is Majlis, and you can find it on all the platforms.
Fantastic. And Guerrilla History?
Well, Guerrilla History has a recent episode. We talked with Marguerite Schiller, who's a German radical leftist who was involved with the Red Army faction and wrote an autobiography about her experience there, and then subsequently in political exile in Cuba and Uruguay. And it was a very interesting conversation. Every once in a while, instead of a professional historian, we talk with somebody who was involved in making history or part of history during a certain era. And so it was a very interesting conversation with Marguerite Schiller. And you can find out about her book, which is called Remembering the Armed Struggle, My Time with the Red Army Faction. And that's the latest episode of Guerrilla History.
Thank you so much. Professor Adnan Hussain is chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, and he has a very handsome son.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Welcome back from
I'm
vacation.
I'm going to embarrass you once you leave. I don't ask for much on this show. We're a simple podcast with some very simple people. Just simple people like Professor Adnan Hussain. Just a simple guy. We're going to go to rahima.org, rahima.org. If you want to thank me or Professor Hussain, or more importantly, yourself, go to rahima.org and support this important charity. We create a lot of refugees. America creates a lot of refugees. And rahima.org is helping the refugees who come to the Bay Area in San Francisco. And I can't think of a more important cause, a more trustworthy cause than rahima.org, rahima.org. It's vetted by Professor Adnan Hussain. It's his parents. How could that not be the most important charity you've heard about? rahima.org. Support the refugees who are lucky enough to make it here to the United States. Well, Professor Mike Steinel is about to join us. You know, he talks a lot about this book called Saving Charlie Parker, but I don't think he's written it. And I don't think it's ever going to be published. Oh my God, it's out. I saw it. It looks great. If they say you can't judge a book by its cover, I beg to differ. That looks fantastic. Saving Charlie Parker, a novel by Professor Mike Steinel. You did it. Tell me how we buy this book, sir.
I checked today. It's on Dorrance Publishing, their bookstore, Dorrance. It's also on Amazon. They have it. It's up as of today, and I'm sure Barnes & Noble will have it. And you can order it from any bookstore. Mike Steinel, Saving Charlie Parker. And today I spent the whole day in the studio mixing. How's my volume? Am I too loud?
You sound great.
Check 1 2 1 2. I spent the whole day mixing stuff for the CD. The CD's not going to be out for a while. We're going to do a big launch second week of August with book signings, and maybe we can do it on live on the David Feldman Show. Anyway.
Whatever you want, sir. I'm thinking that we should probably do a Saturday night with you and Ethan, who also has a book out, maybe where people pay, they get well, this is not the place to talk about it, but, do a separately or whatever.
Okay. Well, yeah.
People show up and they get a book.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, what do we need to talk about that? Yeah.
We need to, because I have to figure out how I can make all the money off of it.
There you go. Well, they got, it takes I'm going to order a whole bunch of books for the book signings. And if people, if they're for the physical signing, if they show up, then they get in free, and they also get an autograph for the book.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, you had an exciting week, I hear.
I had an exciting week. Yes, I did.
I didn't hear the whole news, so I'm not clued in, and I've been really kind of preoccupied. My computer, when it had been off for 2 weeks, this computer that I use for the Zooming, and so I couldn't get the email to come up, and it just was a mess. It just started working about 15 minutes ago. But I did hear you talking about the rights you have, once you've been arrested and detained. And you didn't talk about one of the most important rights. A lot of people don't know this, but if you've been detained and arrested, you have the right to play harmonica. Very important prison instrument, because it can be hidden. It can be hidden.
Yeah, but I think after you find out where it's been hidden, you really don't want to put your lips there.
It's a personal thing, It depends on how you feel about that kind of stuff. Yeah, you have the right to. You got a right to play the harmonica and play the blues.
Yeah.
I was going to write a little blues about going to D.C. and your show didn't run long enough for me to get.
Yeah, maybe free triumph. I promised that I would not. I made a promise to myself. I've been told not to, and this is a criminal matter, so
yeah.
Yes,
can't
so
really talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm laughing, but I'm really scared, to be honest with you.
Interesting. Well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you want me to send you one of these?
Oh, yeah.
What's your key? B flat or... I don't know what that means. Anyway.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful instrument. Invented by the Germans. But they would play it like this. And then somebody, over here in America goes, no, it's got to be like, it's got to have some stink on it. You know what I mean? Ray Charles, they wanted him to, after he had that big hit with America, they came to him and they wanted him to do God Bless America. God bless, the Irving Berlin thing. He goes, I don't think so. I can't put no stink on that. He said, I can't and I hear it. I mean, it'd be hard to, America is great. That version is amazing. But,
right.
Hey, you want to talk a little bit about Charlie Parker?
Yeah, a little bit. But going back to the stink on the harmonica, the Germans couldn't stretch a note. They didn't. It never occurred to anybody to stretch. It would have to be Southern African Americans to.
Well, it gets all into the African aesthetic. The Western European aesthetic is that you have 12 notes in the scale. I'm sorry. And in the most common tonality, you have like, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. And but in Africa, a pure tone and an exactly intonation is not the prized aesthetic. As a matter of fact, they will do things like have a guitar they'll drape things over the strings so that it buzzes. Thumb pianos, those kalimbas, have bottle caps nailed to them so they buzz. Even like the jazz players, like Louis Armstrong's voice, that gravelly distortion in it, that's an African aesthetic. It's very personal. And so like the most common note, which is, oh, I'm sorry. The third of the chord. I'm sorry, I'm screwing up. There it is. Their third would be somewhere in between there. And piano players, since they're locked into the white notes and black notes that they can't bend, they would do to get that distortion,
Right.
And those are the blue notes. And it's interesting, the only notes that you can do that on the harmonica, there's only certain notes. You can only bend notes, unless you're really good, you can only bend notes when you are drawing on the harmonica. I'm blowing. Inhaling. Sucking. And those become the blue notes that we think of in the blues scale. Like, there's three notes that you can bend. And those are we consider those blue notes and after the blues. But
right.
Anyway.
So a note is a vibration, and as I understand it, a note is also kind of like a chord that contains other notes within the note. Is that correct?
Well, you have harmonics. Every
so
pitch.
You talk about the African music having a buzz to it. A buzz would be a vibration that would be a chord, right? And Louis Armstrong's voice
Actually, Louis Armstrong's voice is actually like a what do they call it? It's a multiphonic. There's a low note in there. I'm gonna wait, but there's also a high note in there. It's an octave.
It's a chord. He's singing a chord.
In a way, it's
see.
definitely an octave, and there's like it's rich because it has those harmonics in it. The harmonics actually eventually do make chords. Like you have the fundamental and the first harmonic, and this is what happens when you cut a string in half. You get a note an octave higher. When you cut it in thirds, that's a third of that length. When you cut it in fourths, that's that note. And when you cut it again, you get that one. Eventually, you get a nice triad. But if you keep going, you get like a bluesy chord, like the
right.
And every instrument has a harmonic, and every human voice. That's why they can do, voice detection now. By the way,
but hang on. Remember what you're just about to say.
Okay.
By the way, remember that?
Yes, I got it in there.
So when you hear Pavarotti sing, and then you hear Sinatra sing, Sinatra is closer to Louis Armstrong because he's also hitting more than one note. Is that fair to say that Sinatra?
No, I think Sinatra and Pavarotti are pretty far away from what Louis Armstrong is doing with his voice, but they're still.
Sinatra bends the notes, though.
Yes, he does. He has that jazz inflection. He figured out. He studied either formally or informally jazz phrasing and jazz, but he doesn't. He's not necessarily a bluesy singer.
But he does. He's trying to find. He goes away from the note and then comes to it, right?
Yeah, he slides into notes. Yes, he has a looser interpretation of the pitch. Yes, and that's very definitely a jazz thing. That to slide into a pitch. Classical singers do it too, to some degree, especially the tenors. They get to the high note, they have to introduce some. They have to introduce some like tension to get the note to resonate. They call it I think it's called the squillo. There's a cry. There's a cry in Pavarotti's voice when he goes, well, that's there because it helps him set the vocal cords. And it's very emotional, but it's also, it's functional. It's, boy, he was a great singer.
Music pops up because humans make music. In other words, music wasn't brought to cultures by invading cultures. It's a natural thing that humans make. Animals make music, right?
Well, there's an interesting study of bird song and how bird song, which is the closest maybe to actual like human music making. It's instinctual. It's something that must be done. But it's interesting. There are certain species of birds whose song changes with their locale just a few miles, and certain species of birds whose bird song changes with the temperature, with the seasons. And they've done studies.
Charlie Parker. Why was Charlie Parker? Why was he called Bird?
Well, there's a lot of different stories. In my book, there's a new one that's promulgated, and you have to read the last chapter to figure that one out. But the story is that he was on the road with Jay McShann, and they were in their bus or in a car going to a gig, and they hit a chicken. A chicken ran across the road, and Charlie Parker loved chicken, and so he said, "Stop the car, I'll go back and get that yard bird." A yard bird is a chicken, and he went back, and then he had somebody cook it up for him. But there's also that he really liked chicken. I don't know. It just kind of stuck. Certainly, Bird lives. After he died, that was a graffiti that was very popular. People would write "Bird lives" everywhere.
Eric Clapton's band was called the Yardbirds. Is that named after Charlie Parker?
I don't know. I sure like the Yardbirds, but I knew about the Yardbirds before I knew about Charlie Parker. I came to the jazz thing pretty late in my 20s after being, pretty much, I just wanted to listen and play rock and roll. And, but yeah, that's an interesting point. I've never read that explained.
Because the graffiti that we grew up with was Clapton as God.
Oh, you did?
I mean, wasn't Clapton as God?
I would have written next to that ultra rash statement.
All right, so tell me about the book. How do we buy it? How do we make it?
Dorrance, the Dorrance bookstore, Dorranca, Dorrance or Dorrance, I'm not sure. And you can get it on Amazon, and I would think in a few days it'll be up in Barnes and Noble, anywhere you can buy your books. And then
and give them a good review.
What's that?
And give it a good review.
Yeah, if you buy it, give it a good review after you read it. I think it's a good read. I have a website going up once everything is accomplished, and I've got the audiobook ready to go and the CD, which I'm very excited about. We mixed it, spent all day mixing, kind of getting to a final mix of stuff. I hate mixing. It's so tedious, listening to the same thing over and over and over again. And how about a little more reverb there, Okay, take a little mid, that needs a little more, EQ on the mid section. No, that's too much. And it's kind of like, I don't know what it's like. It's sort of like, it's totally different than creating the music is so easy for me, but getting it to a final product that I'm really impatient, and I think that's not a good thing when you're going to put something out and it's going to be kind of locked in, You can't take somebody's CD back and fix it after they've bought it. But
you reissue.
That's right. The remix. That's why they remaster things, because people get it wrong. The Beatles have remastered their stuff, or had their stuff remastered many times. But anyway,
you have a new song with Rosanna Eckerd.
You want to hear that?
Yeah. What have you been reading? What's been on your mind? I haven't talked to you in 2 weeks.
Well, I've been reading my hometown paper, and nothing, just a lot of drug arrests. Those people up there, they really love their methamphetamines, man. And evidently, if you use a phone to do a drug deal, that's in itself an offense. Did you know that?
No.
Well, David, there's something you might want to just stick away in case you ever need that. And I've been reading about money laundering. I've been reading about money laundering for the next novel. But in my hometown, they did an amazing thing.
Oh, tell me about my money laundering.
Well, I'm trying to learn about it. I've got this book that's in process called The Executor, which is about a guy who becomes the executor of a very rich man's estate who had no heirs. And it turns out that he's been laundering money for the Kansas City mob, And so it's, I'm just trying to figure out, well, what is exactly does that mean, And there's a ton of ways to launder money. It gets harder and harder. So I'm reading a really good book written by a guy who was headed a task force to stop money laundering. There's a lot of, and also cash smuggling, which is different than money laundering, but it's the same idea. You're hiding your cash. Billions get smuggled out of the United States. Billions of cash. goes to banks in Costa Rica and all the
Donald Trump,
yeah.
so he can buy. Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows what he can buy?
Hey, I have to find
I
Cheryl.
watched David. I watched the hearings,
Yes.
and I was enamored of the judge, Michael Ludig, and his careful delivery of every. Did you watch that cat? Did you watch that cat?
It's like me dealing with customer service. Just how I got, that I got a new washer and dryer doing that. The customer service 20
What, are you
years
talking
ago.
slow? No.
I would slow talk. Comcast or the cable company was charging me like an extra $10 a month for 5 years.
So you slow talk them?
And they wouldn't refund it. I wanted it all back.
Yeah.
And they said it was in the system. You don't know about my slow talking customer service?
No. So did you teach that Ludic guy how to do that? That
Anytime
judge?
you get on the phone with customer service, you have to do it to a supervisor. And you say, hello, I'm David. Well, yes, sir. It's the old Bob and Ray. Remember the slow talker? From Bob and Ray?
That's right. That's right.
Start finishing my sentence, and they will do anything
To get rid of you.
Just slow talk customer service, and they will.
How do I put that to work? I got to get that going. That guy was amazing. I was falling out of my chair. I was just leaning forward. And I thought, oh my God, he's stroking out. But he was just
stroking out.
He also had, I don't know if you noticed, but he had like a little, before he would speak, there was like a little, there was a little sound each time. There's a, go back if it's on tape. There's a little sound he does. Well, yeah, that was.
Got the ears on that Jacob guy.
There was a that was a good Triumph thing. Hashtag. He's ready. He's ready to fly. I don't know. My family has big ears. I don't know if you can see. I didn't get it. My dad had big ears, and my brother has big ears. Sorry, Dan, if you're listening, but your ears are big. But in the '60s, we could grow our hair out, So we cover it up, We could do the hippie thing.
But that guy's ears, they were preternatural.
Well, yeah.
My joke was he spent his entire life going, why is everybody shouting at me? Why does everybody shout? Why is everybody?
Oh, man. Hey, so I have can you talk about past Triumph things that you've done?
Yes, as long as it doesn't involve
the
current.
Okay, I was watching. I did a little googling, and there was he went to for Conan. He went to Chicago to that hot dog place where everybody's so rude.
With Jack McBrayer.
God, it's so funny. That is everybody's listening. You ought to go watch that. It is amazing, and they loved him. They and then he went in the back, and he was. That was. Did you help write some of that?
It's the Wiener Circle. Yeah, of course.
Did.
Yeah.
Did you? Were you there for that?
I believe I was.
That was amazing. That was quite amazing.
Triumph the Insult Comic Dog is absolutely hysterical. The best Triumph the Insult Comic Dog in the text.
Okay.
I want to know this. Is he got kicked out of the Westminster Dog Show. This was before I knew Triumph. This was one of the earliest Triumph. He went to the Westminster Dog Show, and he wouldn't stop humping the beautiful dog. So he gets thrown out. And then he comes back the next year disguised as Ed Bradley from 60 Minutes. He's got
How
the
did he do
beard.
that?
He wore a beard and he had wore a hairpiece. And this is Ed Bradley from 60 Minutes. I'm not Triumph the Incel Comic Dog. I don't even know who he is. This is Ed Bradley. And it is the word genius. It is artistic. It is beyond comedy.
The ability for Robert in the moment to go where he goes with the wordplay that he has, can come up with so quickly. It's just brilliant. It's amazing. Yeah.
But watch the one where Triumph is Ed Bradley.
Okay.
I think it's Dadaism. What he ends up doing inadvertently. There's a moment where the dog is humping a chihuahua, right? and suddenly he's afraid he's going to, security thinks it's going to be Triumph. So Robert kicks, he's humping the chihuahua and the Ed Bradley wig and beard fall off. And then while he's humping the chihuahua, he's afraid that he's going to be spotted. So Robert kicks the beard, the Ed Bradley beard and toupee, into the shot. And then Triumph says, "It's me, Ed Bradley." It's at such a level. It's like, this is a pipe. It's just so. I watch it. I go, how do you do that? How do you kick the beard into the shot and then have Triumph? Where do you get that idea that now Triumph can say, "This is Ed Bradley, not Triumph"? Anyway, I've now ruined.
You've ruined it. You've ruined the thing. No, you haven't. And it's funny. It's funny every time you watch it. Funny is funny every time you watch it. I've told you about me playing Robert Klein's show, right, in Chicago.
You played on his show?
Well, he did. He had a corporate gig. It was a huge banquet, and
he needs a band.
And well, we were the band.
Was he finally able to stop his leg?
Yeah, but he came out and they were so rowdy. And he came out and he said something, said, "Okay, we're going to start this over." He came out 7 times. Made a bit out of coming out, and they're too rowdy, And finally, so he's doing his thing, and I've heard him many, many times. Same jokes, and I was hysterically laughing.
It's music.
Yeah, we've talked about. I think we've talked about this before. It is music, and it's funny. Even if you've heard it before, it's funny. Funny is funny.
But the way he said, because he's not doing. It's the way he does the joke. It's the way he does. It's music. It's a song.
Yeah. It's like some people say funny things, and some people just say things funny. Like Laura House. Yeah. Just says things funny. She's just funny. Yeah.
We have to have her back on the show.
Yeah. Is she down here? Is she in Texas still?
I don't know. There's some people who stopped doing the show, and I can't remember if we've had a falling out or they just haven't been on the show. I think Laura's in the category of she just hasn't been on the show, but I have to check my notes.
She got pretty busy being the showrunner for that show in the UK. Which was very successful, I think.
Yeah. She's so funny.
Hey, this song, you want to play this song?
Yes, I do.
It's a very beautiful song. It's not funny. It's called Fading into Blue, and it's all about, it's going to be on the next album, not the Charlie Parker album. It's going to be on the next album. I already did some stuff today. Anyway, I hope you like it.
You have a new album coming out.
Yeah, we got the Saving Charlie Parker, the album. It's called The Suite, Saving Charlie Parker, the audiobook, and Saving Charlie Parker, the novel. And of all those, the audiobook is the one I think is, because these are the audio cues that go with the audiobook. little bitty songs.
Now, is this on it or not?
The music, this one here, no, this is going to be on the next album.
Good.
And so what I'm
right.
going to do an album of an album called Feldman Made Me Do It, of Feldman songs, some point in the future. I promise. Okay.
And I need to find Turtle. I'm getting requests right now for
Oh,
Turtle.
we remixed Turtle. It's even better. We remixed it.
Oh,
Rosanna
we'll send
did.
it.
Yeah, I'll send you the remix. Okay.
Okay. New
Fading into
music.
Blue.
New music. I have to find it. Hang
I'm
on.
gonna mute myself.
Keep talking, because I had it and I've been away
gonna
for a
keep
week.
talking.
I forgot how the control board works here, so hang on.
This grew out of a poem I was working on. I write poetry. This is kind of a serious song but it should make you feel better. I hope.
Okay.
We need to feel better.
Yes. Mike Steinel Quintet featuring Rosanna Eckert.
Perfect falling snow, hugging rooftops low, shadows drift and seem to play slightly out of view. Clouds and soft reply dance across the sky. Sunlight slowly melts away, fading into gentle winds are so sincere, rushing past they disappear. All the sky above seems somehow something new. Purple hands of mine, lonely doves take flight. Velvet grays begin to stray, are so sincere, rushing past they disappear. All the sky above seems somehow something.
Mike Steinell is a jazz trumpeter, composer, educator. He's a member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 to 2019, author of the highly acclaimed Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary. His latest is Running the Changes, and Go by Song and Dance, the Mike Steinell Quintet, featuring Rosanna Eckert, who you just heard singing. This one's recorded on Origin. Go buy that. His new book, if that's not enough, his newest book, his newest novel is Saving Charlie Parker. Saving Charlie Parker.
They wouldn't take him in the. He had a physical. They wouldn't take him.
And how do we get there? We get that where all great books are sold, right?
Anyway, I just Google it. It should pop up any day now, wherever you buy your books. And you can order it in your local bookstore, and they'll get it in. And you can, you go to my. Well, we'll talk about if somebody wants an autograph copy, how to make that happen. I have a way to do that.
That song just knocked me out. That I don't know why, but it just knocked it in terms of just. So, it was like, like you've heard of ASMR, where
yeah, sure,
you get a massage, like it's there's something about her voice. It just felt like somebody was the whole mix. Who was playing drums on that?
That's my band, Steve Barnes, Carl Hillman on bass, and the great Pat Coyle on piano. Wonderful musician from Nashville. And
wow.
We get along great. We make music together well, and they're just beautiful people, and they play beautifully. I hope it made you feel better.
Yeah.
Music might be what saves us. Who knows?
Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe so.
Yep. I love you, buddy. Thank
Same
you
here.
for doing.
Right back at you. See you next week. Bye-bye.
My best to Nadine. Thank you. Well, that's almost our show. Let us now go to Mexico. Back to Mexico. We were there earlier. Well, we'll end with Rodrigo. Let's first talk to a Florida man. Hello, Florida man. Who is Florida man? Can you hear me? Why can't I hear Florida man? What is going on? Could be me. Let's try Rodrigo in Mexico. Can I hear you?
Hi, David. I'm just printing something quick.
Okay, you're multitasking. I don't know why I can't. You're done.
Here?
I'm sorry?
Is Benji still here?
Benji, are you there, Benji? No, Benji. We'll go to you, Rodrigo.
Okay.
What is on your mind tonight?
what is white privilege? What is male privilege? If you're not a class reductionist leftist, hearing that you have some form of privilege is news to you. You have worked hard your whole life. You probably haven't had a rich godfather to get you into a good school or into a good job. What is this privilege those crazy leftists keep talking about? The basis of this question is a bad faith misunderstanding fostered by society. You don't grow up thinking I have white or male privilege. If anything, you're vaguely aware that black drivers are more likely to get shot than white drivers for no reason. Maybe you've heard that as of 2019, women make 81 cents and black women make 61 cents for every dollar non-Hispanic white men earn. It's estimated that this costs black women workers around $50 billion a year in involuntarily forfeited earnings, a large and recurring loss to the black community. We're certainly not supposed to realize, unless we witness it ourselves, that all women have to work harder, all non-Hispanic, non-white men have to work harder, and all black women have to work hardest of all to get to the same starting line every day. I'm not going to go into the theory of how and why this happens. I just want to point out that we're not supposed to be consciously aware that this is normal, and it has always been normal. It sometimes feels unfair to see any effort to make it up to black men or white women, or sometimes the Kamala Harrises of the world, when you don't get yours. And here's where the analysis of someone like Pascal Robert comes in. Kamala Harris is promoted above her competence because she is willing to play ball with the establishment and hardball with poor people. She's not just an exception that confirms the rules work. She's lifted and made unique by virtue of her willingness to play a game where prisoners in California, many of them white, were kept in prison longer than they should because California needs cheap firefighters to fight fires all the time. Her willingness to fight courts over the right of California to chain labor. So, white and or male privilege is real, but it's also a hallucination. You can fight it, you can make it better without advocating for socialism. You can't even realize it's there unless you're willing to not look the other way when you see someone in your exact same circumstances being punished for being less male or less white than you. Double but here, you don't enjoy this privilege because you're not supposed to notice, and I'll go to a well-known example again, that the minimum wage hasn't gone up in the US since 2007. Where is your privilege as a white male in this? It consists of knowing black males, women, and black women have it worse than you. That's it. That's the only actual advantage you get out of your phantom privilege. You're supposed to be grateful for it. It's supposed to keep you warm at night as your children go to bed hungry and your less lucky friends get evicted for missing a payment you can help them with. So yes, it's a real thing, but also it doesn't help you. It just keeps you from realizing that the price of keeping other people down is keeping everyone down. I was listening earlier and you finally repeated a number I told you many episodes ago, that police actually solve 2% of crimes. It's hard to believe we spend so much on law and order and get so little law and order out of it. But do you remember the Uvalde sheriff who claimed he spent 44 minutes trying different keys? The video isn't public yet, but some investigators have told journalists that the security tapes show the local cops not even trying to get into the rooms where the shooter was, which some investigators believe the shooter could not have locked. This is a community where 40% of the budget goes to the local cops. Thank you.
Hey, can
As always, I appreciate your contributions, Rodrigo. Thank you.
Hey, David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We have a Florida man, and then we'll go to Cameron.
Hey, happy late Father's Day, you mother.
Thank you.
How you been doing, man? I mean, besides the incarceration thing.
Well, we can't talk about that.
Hey, I'm surprised you bonded out so quickly, man. I mean, with your I was thought for sure with your questionable wit, you might get sent to the box, but hey, you didn't get any trouble for gunning, did you?
Any trouble for what?
Gunning? You
What's
didn't do any
that?
Gunning. If you don't know what gunning is, you weren't in there long enough. Gunning is masturbating while you're staring at female corrections officers.
Oh.
If they catch you doing that, brother, you're going straight to the box.
Mm.
So I've heard. I couldn't do that. I'm a little bashful myself, but I do like to masturbate to sad movies, though.
Really?
I can't resist a good tearjerker, man. I love a movie that requires a lot of tissues. You should see what Old Yeller's on, man. Holy shit, man! I'll go through a whole box of tissues. But hey, man, on a different subject, man, I took the advice of a marriage counselor.
Yeah.
I didn't seek one out. I just happened to run into one at the weed man's house, but he did tell me something useful. He told me to treat my wife like I did when we were dating. So I took her out to dinner. We had sex in the car. Then I dropped her off at her parents' house. Dude's a genius, man. Kind of freed me up to spread myself around a little bit. I'm a giver, David, man. I like to share my penis with those who don't have one. I mean, it's only right.
Yes.
No, my wife said there's no I or me in our marriage. There's only a we. I said, well, we slept with your sister yesterday. No, she's still upset, man. Not about that, but she just found out that they're removing that little penis vein from the top of the Snickers candy bars. She likes that kind of dark, veiny feeling on her lips, I guess. Familiarity, I guess. Kind of makes you feel at home. But. Hey, speaking of that, did I ever tell you that my penis was in the Guinness Book of World Records?
No.
Well, until the librarian came over and kind of made me take it out, but. No, hey, man, it's late, man. That's all I got tonight, brother. But I'm good to see you again, man. I'll see you Friday night.
I love you, Benji.
Love you, brother.
Our Florida man, Cameron. Hello, Cameron. Cameron, you have to unmute. Where are you calling from, sir? Cameron? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. I guess we don't have Cameron. All right, next time. We'll do it next time. I want to thank all our guests for coming on the show today. But first, I want to thank our listeners for joining us in the Zoom room. If you would like to join us in the Zoom room in our virtual studio audience, go to davidfeldmanshow.com, hit attend a live taping, or when the show is live, hit pay-per-view, and it'll take you right in. Join us for office hours every Friday night, starting at 8 p.m. Go to my website for the link, hit attend office hours, and the link will show up. Also, subscribe to my newsletter. It comes out every Friday with an invitation to office hours. If you didn't get the invitation for office hours, just go to my website and hit the link for hit office hours and give us a good review wherever you're listening to this show and share it with your friends, please. We have a YouTube channel, so please subscribe to that. I'd like to thank Jason Miles and Pascal Robert. Listen to them over at This Is Revolution Podcast. Thank you to Howie Klein. Read him over at Down with Tyranny. Thank you to David Cobb. Follow him on Twitter at David K. Cobb. Thank you to Dr. Harriet Fraud. Listen to Capitalism Hits Home. Peter B. Collins. Go to peterbcollins.com, peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of this man's podcasts, radio shows, and interviews. Thank you, Adnan Hussein, Professor Adnan Hussein. Listen to the Mudgeless podcast as well as Guerrilla History. And of course, thank you to Mike Steinell. Go pick up his new book, Saving Charlie Parker. This show is produced by Dan Frankenberger, Professor John, The Invisible Ninja, Joe in Norway, Hannah Feldman, Sarah Bush, Andy Brown, and Grace Jackson. I cannot do the show without them, and I can't do the show without everybody who comes into the virtual studio audience and makes this show so interesting. Please go to my website and join us in the Zoom room. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
I ain't talking about East Germany, I'm talking about Tennessee. Quarantine camps for the uninformed people that are still in refusal to be vaccinated. Look, if that don't bother you, you might as well show up at another church next week, because I'm going to keep raising Cain about all this nonsense. I don't care what Bill Lee says. I don't care what fraudulent fake Joe Biden says. I don't care what Planned Parenthood says. I don't care what Chris Cuomo says. I don't care what Gavin Newsom says. I don't care what Nancy Pelosi and her insurrectionist nonsense has to say. You better wake up, church. You better wake up. They hate us. We are speed bumps to the deep state on the road to their progressive communism. And I'll shout it from the rooftop if I'm the last one. I live by what I say, and I will die by what I say if I have to. I'll fight this garbage until my dying breath.
Sitting next to Bill Kristol, man. I mean, the architects of a catastrophe that have cost this country trillions of dollars, thousands of lives, there should be accountability. We should not, if there are no regrets for the failed assumptions that have so grievously wounded this nation, I don't know what happened to our politics and media accountability, but we need it, Bill, because this country should not go back to war. We don't need armchair warriors. And if you feel so strongly, you should, with all due respect, enlist in the Iraqi army.
That's a very cute line, Katrina.
No, but it's real.
A million
look at the displaced.
Thousands of people being killed. Can I just make a point?
A million Iraqis have been displaced. You read that story, humanitarian aid for what we have done to that country is a crime.
We have done to that country.
Let me finish. There are some who feel like that, you know, the conditions are such that they can attack us there. My answer is bring them on. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. I mean, of Ukraine. Iraq, too. Anyway. 75.
The AIDS diet plan helped me lose 28 pounds.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight. Yet AIDS lets you taste, chew, and enjoy. And the appetite suppressant in AIDS is not a stimulant.
AIDS helped me to lose 18 pounds, and it doesn't contain anything to make me nervous.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
It's like the race hoax industry. If you see a noose on a college dorm of a black student, the odds are overwhelming that the noose was put there by a black student. If you see the N-word on a dormitory building, the odds are overwhelming that a black student actually did that. We're filled with race hoaxes. Why? To show how racist the country is, we need these hoaxes. Jussie Smollett is the most famous.
Critical race theory. It was very good, very informative. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark. On the Princeton point here, you and I have discussed it at the college level. It's fair game. Go ahead and do it, right? I mean, I remember 20 years old going to Trier, Germany, and trying to find the home of Karl Marx because, you know, 1848, he wrote Mein Kampf. I want to know what it was all about. So that's part of the education in America, if you so choose. So that's that. More to come. Green Mile.
I want to give you a little history on homelessness. 1910, Hitler decided to live on the streets for a while. So for 2 years, Hitler lived on the streets and practiced his oratory and his body language and how to connect with and then went on to lead a life that got him in the history books. So a lot of these people, it's not a dead end. They can come out of these homeless camps and have a productive life.
I'm a porcine gourmand of the art of romance. I'm a maestro of the boudoir when I take off my pants. All of this is true, all of the above. I wouldn't lie to you, 'cause I'm a pig for love. My appetite's rapacious, but my capacity is dim. I seem so audacious, some call me Gentleman Jim. When all is said and done, and the push comes to shove, I'm second to none, 'cause I'm a pig for love. He's a pig for love. Some ladies claim that my lips are delicious. Others won't come close 'cause they think I'm suspicious. Please pardon me if I'm somewhat repetitious, like a hand in a glove. I'm a pig for love. Yeah, I'm a pig for love. He's 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 a pig for love.